Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another tutorial. In this one, we're going to look at role-based access control. So this is how you give access to users. If you've got a platform, a website, and you want to give individual access to users, depending on to select what they're able to do. So this is similar to what CMS like WordPress uses, where you have user roles, and each user role you select what permissions they have. So to give you an example, this is our login page here. So once you log in, depending on who you log in as, you have different roles. So for example here, the admin can go to the admin area here and see everything, because admin has access to everything. So this is the page where we select what roles where we create roles. So there are 3 roles here currently. There's the admin, there's a post editor, and there's the user editor here. And then there's a list of all available permissions on this website, and then you tick what you want that particular user to have access to. For example, the user editor, of course, can view the admin section, but only be able to add a user, delete a user, edit a user, or view the users list, right? So this user editor can only see things to do with users. And I have a tab here where the user editor is logged in, and as you can see, they only see one tab, which is the users tab here, and they can do whatever they want here, add, edit, delete. They have access to that. Compare that to the admin, who can see more than that. They can see the rows, the posts, and the users, right? Same thing with the post editor. This one can only add, delete, and edit posts, and of course view the admin area, and so on. So this one is the post editor, and all they see are posts, okay? And they can add new, edit, and delete from there. Okay, great. And then finally, we have the the admin. The admin has access to everything. That's why everything is ticked here. They can add, edit, and delete rows. They can edit permissions to each particular row, and so on and so forth. So admin has access to everything. But here you can add a new row. For example, let's say maybe this one is the tech dev or something. So you can call them development or something. Then you select whether this one is enabled or disabled and save. So as you can see, now we have that new row here, and we can then choose what this user is able to do. That way, when adding a new user, we can actually select. If I select all of these things, like here, I'm just selecting at random and hit save permissions. Now, as you can see, these permissions are saved. Now, when I go to the users part and I try to add a user, I can select what role they will play. So this user is a tech dev for now. Maybe this guy is named David or something. Then you can give them a login, maybe david@email.com. And then you give them a password as well, like that. Okay. So once I save this, now we're going to have a new user here who is a tech dev. Now, of course, you can have more rows than one, just like you see this one is admin and post editor at the same time, which doesn't really make sense, but just to show you that one user can maybe either be a post editor and a user editor, or a tech dev at the same time. So all these can be then edited if you want to. All right, I can give them more access if I want and save. Now they have more access like that. And or I can delete this particular row. Are you sure you want to delete this record? Yes. Now that record is gone. So this is the kind of thing we want to create in this video. So if this is the kind of thing you are interested in, keep watching to the end, and let's make this happen. And of course, I have a link in the description to the actual code, the GitHub link, if you want the code to compare your code to this one. And of course, there's a logout page as well. If I click logout, now I am a guest and I have to log in. All right, guys, so let's get started. So the first thing we want to do is let's download Bootstrap so that we don't waste time with our CSS. We can simply use classes that were already created by somebody else. So if you don't know what Bootstrap is, this is just a CSS file that you can use from somebody else. That way you don't have to waste time creating your own CSS. So nothing fancy. Just go to getbootstrap.com and click on download. This should take you to the download page here, and just look for that download button right there. Okay. So, and then the download begins, as you can see over here. So while it's downloading, let's create our folder structures here. All right. So you can create your folder in any place on your computer. Now you have to install the right stuff. So make sure you have installed something like XAMPP on your computer as well. If you haven't installed that, just go to XAMPP download like this. And then you can go to Apache Friends here, XAMPP download. Now, XAMPP is an application that helps you to install three things. The first thing is PHP, a server, Apache, and then a MySQL database. So we'll have all three things in one. So just look for the one you want, XAMPP for Windows in my case, or Linux, or OS. So make sure you download the version that's correct. So whichever of these will do, 64-bit, yep, just get whichever you want. Okay, so once you install XAMPP and you download Bootstrap, which is that one there, we can now grab this, and this is actually a later version than what I had originally. So let me just copy this. Actually I cut here, so I shouldn't do that. Let me just copy instead of cutting, and let me go to I've created a folder called PHP where I put my tutorials, but then there's a folder called RBAC here, for short for role-based access control, and this is where my Bootstrap is. So I can remove this older version because I don't need it. So we have that Bootstrap thing here, and then let's extract it. So I'm just going to extract it to where I want, and inside that folder I have the CSS folder and the JavaScript folder. So in here all we need is the bootstrap mean.css. That's the only file we need here, unless you're doing anything special. So let's go out here and let's create our CSS folder, and then I'm just gonna paste that file in there. And then let's go back and get some JavaScript. Now, sometimes you're going to need, for those drop downs to work in Bootstrap, you need the bundle. Where is that? So you can have this Bootstrap bundle. Now I want the mean version. So bootstrap.bundle.mean.js. And we may just get the actual bootstrap.mean.js. So those two files, just copy those. And let's create our JavaScript folder and add them in there. Alrighty then. So now that we have those two, that's all really we need. We can just delete this folder. Since I copied, I did not cut on the other side. I'm going to have a copy. Let me just delete those. All right, so there we go. We have the CSS and the JavaScript. And I want us to organize our system here a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is, in this one, we're not going to use MVC. Sorry, I completely went blank there. We're not going to use MVC here because I want to do it as quickly as possible. Instead of creating a routing system and all that, we're just going to do simple stuff. So what I'm going to do is create a folder for my classes here. So the classes will be in there, so that whenever we need a class, we just know exactly where to look, right? And then in the app folder here, maybe we can still create app folder and the public folder, but we are not doing MVC in here, so just keep that in mind. This is just to organize things a little bit better. Now, CSS and JavaScript should be in the public folder because they have to be accessible to the public. So everything that should be accessible to the public should be in here. And all the view files will be in here. And then we're going to have controller files here so that we just keep those separate. It's kind of MVC, I guess, at some level, but that's that. So inside the app folder, let's put controllers there. Okay. All right. So the views will be in the public folder here. Okay, so let's start with our index page. Okay, so let's create a new document here, index.php. Actually, let's use our text editor to create the files because you may not be able to see file extensions from there. So let's all be on the same page. So this is the folder that I'm dealing with. So I'm just going to drag and drop this folder into my text editor. So my text editor is Sublime Text. Now you can use VS Code instead because that's what's popular these days. So it doesn't matter what text editor you use. All right, so in here, inside my public folder, I'm just going to create a new file. So this is, let's save this as index.php. So bear with me if I do some things and then undo them because I haven't rehearsed this. So obviously I'm going to make a few mistakes. I want to code in real time so that you guys can see the entire coding process. So bear with me if I repeat myself sometimes. All right, so with this index file, this is just like the home page. So these are going to be individual files. So we need files that we're going to include in here. Since we're not using a router in the normal sense, we're going to have separate files. So in that case, we're going to need files that we import all the time. So in order for that to happen, we're going to create an autoload file inside the app folder. So I'm going to right click and say new file in the app folder. And this one will be autoload, or let's just call it load .php, right? Let me save this, load.php. It's in the app folder there. Great. You can name it whatever you want. Nothing set in stone here. Right, so there we go. So we have our PHP tags here, and this should be able to run. Now, in order for us to see that things are running and we start our server, let's try first with the index.php file. And within here, I'm just going to say PHP tags like so, and hit the save button, and then do echo hello world like that, semicolon. Okay, so I just want to see something in the browser. That's why we're doing this. So now let's go to our browser, and right here, I want to open up a port. So now I'm going to set a port number for this current website, and I'm going to type localhost and then slash. Now, before the slash, I'm going to put a full colon for the port number. Now you can give it whatever port number you want. Try to avoid 80 because that's the default for Apache. So let's just try 100, something like that. And then this will be in the public folder already. So that's fine. If I press enter, it should load my website. Now, it won't load my website, of course, because there's no server running at this location. So it will say unable to connect, but let's start our server from there. Now, we should be able to start a server if PHP is running on our system. So we can check that by going to the command window and typing PHP -V, and actually it should be small letter v -v like that, and it should show you something like this. Then it means PHP is running on your system. If you don't see this, but you installed XAMPP like this, it means PHP is not recognized, so you can add it to your environment variables. You add the path that PHP is in, which is usually czamp PHP. All right, so let's close that. Let's open the command window in the folder that we're working in. So that folder is inside the, we can actually open our folder by just right clicking in here and then say open folder. All right, so there we go. So in here, in the public folder, that's where I want to start the server, because that's where my files are going to be. And then let's do cmd here to open the command window in this folder. And then what I'm going to do is type PHP like that, and then dash capital S, and then localhost, and then /100 like that. That's the port number. And then what else we're going to write here? I think that's about it. So let me just press enter. And now it shows me that the server has been started at this location, which is exactly what we want. So if I now go back to my browser and refresh, sorry, it should load that. Wait, shouldn't it load this now? It's taking awfully long to actually load this, which is concerning. This is HTTP localhost 100. Okay, so finally it got there. And there we go. So we have the hello world. Let me refresh. Okay, I was worried that it's going to be taking this long with every refresh, which would be a nightmare. Okay, great. So things are working as intended. Now I want to load this load file, this load file here. This file will be loaded on every file because we are not using a router. Because when we use a router, everything goes through the index file. But since that's not the case, we have to require that file, which contains all the cool stuff. So we're going to save load.php to load that file. However, it's not in the same folder as this one. It's a folder above in the app folder. So let's reflect that, //app/ like that. Okay. So inside the load file here, I want to require a few files. So we're going to have functions. All the functions that we're going to have are going to be here. And also, I want us to have the, let me right click and say new file. Now, the reason we are putting some files outside the public folder is for protection, for security reasons, because every file inside the public folder is accessible to the general public. So to avoid that, we hide our files outside the public folder because nobody has access to that unless they have access to the file system, which the PHP system does, but not people from the general public. So there's that. Now here I want to require some files that will be in this folder. First one will be helpers. These are functions we're going to put, so we're just going to call that helpers. And then we're going to have a class that always loads, which is the database class. So I'm going to say database like that. Actually, maybe we'll put database inside classes here. Yeah, actually, let's do that instead. So we're going to have helpers, and that is cool. And then we're going to have another file called permissions, because this is the whole purpose of this whole thing. So permissions. Now, permissions is going to have all the list of permissions that a role can contain. For example, if somebody is admin, what things are they allowed to do? For example, when editing a post or creating a post, those are called permissions. Now, we will not create a UI for adding permissions because permissions are hard-coded into the system itself. So it wouldn't make any sense to have a UI for creating permissions because your client that you created this website for may want to actually create permissions using that UI. But the problem is, even if you create a permission there, you need to hard code what that permission does in the code itself in order to make it useful. So there's no point in having it in the database. Instead, we're going to have the permissions right here. So right in a file, sorry. So let's create that file. So I'm just going to save this as helpers.php, right? This is going to contain all the functions that we need, things that we don't think should be in a class, but a simple function will do, are going to be in here. Let's create another file for permissions as well. So let me save this and call it permissions.php, like that. Okay. Now in here, we just want to, generally we just want to add permissions to the session. For example, these permissions should be accessible everywhere in our system. So what we're going to do is add them to the session. Okay. Now, it would be nice to create a session handler here so that it does all the handling of the sessions for us. So maybe let's do that real quick. So I'm going to create a new file and put some PHP tags. Now this file is inside classes, right? So this one is going to be called session, capital S, because this is a class. So session.php, singular, like that. So let's create a class called session. This be the session class. So all we are doing with this is just a something to help us add things to the session, right? So these all are public functions in here. So public function, now when we this constructor runs the moment we instantiate that. So maybe this would be a good time to actually start a session. So normally you can do session start in your application, but I would rather we just try to check if session was started. This would cause an error if you already started the session and then you instantiate this class again, which will start another session. So this could cause an error. So instead, we want to check if a session was already started or not, and then we start it if it wasn't. So there's a function called session, what's that? Session ID, actually. So if session ID is empty, for example, so if empty, right, session ID, which means we haven't started a session, then do the session start. Otherwise, just ignore that. And then we're going to create another function here. Now, this one is for setting values into the session, to add things to the session. Now that we've started the session, that's great. So here what I'm going to get is a key and a value. That way we can set items into the session. Now you may want to follow the right procedure by specifying, now the value can be anything, could be an array, could be a string, could be an int. So this is just some mixed value. And this thing returns a boolean, true or false, whether we've added or not, which really is meaningless. Actually, this will just return a void for now. I don't want it to return anything. So to set an item in the session, we use the session variable, of course, and then in that variable, we'll use whatever key was provided. All right, and then we say is equal to whatever value was provided. It's as simple as that. Okay, so let's duplicate this, and we create the get version. So here we can add items to the session. Here we can get items from the session, and then sometimes you may want to delete items from the session. So we can use just call it delete. I think that will work. All you just need is the key here. You don't need the value. You just want to delete the item. So all we need to do is to check if this is not empty and then unset it. So let's just say if not empty, the session and the key, and then you unset it. So you say unset whatever the key is, whatever that item is. So it's as simple as that. So delete, set, get. That's about it. Now, when we're getting as well, we just need the key. We don't need the value. And this will return a mixed value of whatever it is that we've returned. So we just need to check, first of all. Now, if sometimes the thing may not exist, so we could return a no value, an empty value if nothing was found. But here we check if not empty, whatever we want to get, then we return that item. Simple as that. Right, so check if item exists, if it's not empty, and if it is empty, then just return. Actually, the best thing to check for is if it is set. If is set like that, because empty, the value may be a 0, for example. That counts as being empty, and then we'll end up returning a null instead of that 0. So it's better to just check if the item is set, and then you return the set item. Otherwise, here we are setting whatever value is there, and then we instantiate the session through the constructor. I think that's about it. This really captures the yep, that does it. Okay, so now we have one class, at least the session class. Now inside the load thingy here, we want to tell it that if we instantiate a class, load that class when we instantiate it. So we're going to register a SPL register, yeah, something like that, autoload register. So here what we want to do is pass in a function that is going to run when we don't find when a class isn't found. This function will run, and then it's gonna be given or provided the class name. Since we're not using namespaces, this is going to be easy. So let's say, for example, I request or I instantiate the session class, but I haven't loaded the actual session file. So what will happen is that it will say class not found, right? Because the file isn't loaded. Because here there are only 2 files we've loaded, but we can have like 100 classes in here. Now, instead of us having to do require for every class, that's going to be a problem, because we won't need every class on every page load. So instead, what we do is we just instantiate the classes we need, and then this function will load the appropriate files for those classes to run. So initially, those classes will not be found, but this function will be called. So when that happens, it will tell us the name of the class that it's trying to load. So in this case, let's say, for example, we're trying to instantiate the session class. This class name is going to be equal to the text session, like that, right? So if I had that, all I need to do is concatenate to this, add to it the .php, and then that creates the class name. But at the same time, the class name will be in a specific folder inside classes. So you should just imagine that we are inside the public folder at all times, and we are trying to, I don't know if that will be true all the time because of the way we are doing things here, but let's just assume that we're going to have to go ... above a folder, and then inside the app folder, and then inside, wait, is this inside the app folder? Apparently not. Okay, so it's just above there, and there's classes. So not inside the app, but classes, and then whatever the class name is at that moment. And I would rather capitalize the first letter. So UC first is the function to do that, right? Oops. All right, so we capitalize the first letter there, and .php like that. This should be sufficient as the path to whatever class we haven't we're trying to instantiate. So let's put that inside the file variable, and then let's require that file. Yep, once we require that file, then the instantiated class will run. However, sometimes we can construct a nice string like that and still not find the class. So in this case, we have to always check if file exists, right? If it does not, we just let it be and the error will persist. Okay, great. So now we have an autoloader, which is cool. We have helpers here. We haven't added any, but they're there. Load and permissions. Now, inside permissions here, what I want to do is add some variables, right? So what I will do is create an array, something like this, and add all the permissions that I want to add. Now, actually, what I can do is just say session is equal to new session. So here we instantiate that class, the session class. Actually, this is too long to type, so I'm just going to abbreviate it to sesh like that. So now sesh contains a function called set in there that we created, if you remember. And since this is a function, it's going to be like that. Now, that function requires two things, the key and the value. So the key in this case will be the, we can't actually add to the specific key as an array, right? What to do here? What to do? There are several things we can do. So I think I was right here. Let me just do, the key here will be permissions, and then the value will be that array that we're going to create here. So I'm just going to say array is equal to like that. Instead of complicating I could make the session class do more by providing arrays here instead of a single key like that, but that will waste our time. This is not the purpose of the tutorial. Let's get right to the meat. So here, I'm just going to list some permissions that I think will be useful for my current project. So, for example, we'll need to add posts. Add post, for example. It's usually singular like this. Now, I don't like, for some reason, of course, I don't like having permissions with spaces. Let me think. What really is the disadvantage of having spaces in here, in the permissions? Wait a second. I think there is none, really. Yeah, I don't think there's any. So we can do them like this, because normally in my projects I use underscore like that, but I don't think it's necessary. So let's go edit post, delete post, things like this. Usually it's CRUD, add, edit, delete. I'm missing one. Update, right? Update is delete. Okay, create. CRUD is create, read. Okay, yeah, so the read is missing here. So there's a view, right? View posts. Usually this is, yeah, that's what it makes sense. View posts, delete post, edit post. Now, it's up to you what you want to name these permissions. This is at your discretion. You can do whatever you want. So let me duplicate this. Now, instead of post here, let's change that to user like that. Okay. So because we're going to be adding users, editing users, deleting users, and so on. Now you can add extra permissions, like for example, user roles, change user roles, for example, and stuff like this. So let's add those as well, because we're going to be dealing with user roles as well. So add, let's change that post to row. Yeah, so view rows, edit, delete, and so on, right? View. Now we can add another row here, that view admin section. Something like that, right? View admin section. Are you allowed to be there as an admin? That's up to you. Now you can put more granular stuff here. That's entirely up to you. Okay, so once we have all these permissions in here, we are ready to go. Now, what you need to do now, every time you add some new functionality to your project, you have to come here and actually add permissions to this list, depending on whatever. For example, let's say you add analytics to your project. You can come here and say view analytics is a new permission as well, so that you can give permissions for people to do that. Okay, so these are our permissions and they are saved inside our session, which is great because then we can access them from anywhere in our system. Okay, great. Now this one will be, there are two types of permissions we're going to save. There is the user permission and the all permissions, right? What the user is allowed to do. This is a list of all the permissions on the website. And then we're going to have another variable that will store what the current user can do, because not everyone can do all of these. So it will just contain what the current user can do. All right, so now with all of that, we need to generate a, where is this? In the helpers, right? We need a function that we can use now to check if a user has a specific permission. So we need this to be snappy. So this is why I haven't created a class for this. I just want a single function that can do the job. So here we're going to say function, and we're going to use it. You're going to call it user can, like that. Now you can call this whatever you want, of course. And then here, let's put the permission. So I'm trying to check. This is supposed to be like a string. Okay. This will return a Boolean, true or false. Is this user allowed to do this or not? So return false. So by default, we just deny. And then under special circumstances, we say true and give access. So we say user can, right? Can user do this? This is like a question you're asking. Can my user do this? Yes or no? Yeah or nay? Yes, then true. No, then false. This is a quick way for you to check with everything in your code. Say, okay, can the user do this? And allow access if needed. Now, this part is going to have to check in the database to see if the said user has that permission, because what the current user has will be saved in the database. So we're going to leave this for now. So let's go to classes and create a database class. Now in here, this database class will connect to the database, because we do, of course, need a database connection. So database.php, there we go. So here, let me put my PHP tags and let me save this guy over here. All right, great. So let's create a class, of course. So this one is database class. This body does not extend anyone at the moment. And let me see here. Okay, so let me create a function called connect. This one will be a private function, no, actually a protected function, because we want it to be, we even want this to be inheritable I don't think so. So let's make it private. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to ooh, my mouse here. Okay, so function connect. That way we do the connection. Actually, it's better to have the connection once than having this connect function like this. So let me undo this for a bit. Sorry about that. This one is the constructor is actually, it doesn't have to be public all the time. It can be private. I'll just leave it like that. Let's just make it public. Okay. So let me add a few. I could make a config file here. Maybe let's do that. I'm wary of creating so many files, but it's inevitable. Let's put it here. Let's just say config.php, and let's do some definitions. Let's define a few variables. So we are using this define instead of just saying this is equal to what, because we're creating constants. These things never change. So like, for example, the db name will stay db name. So constant advantage is that it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's global. Yeah. So I can access this variable from within a class anywhere actually in my project. So the database name will be RBAC underscore db. Wait, don't I already have this? Yeah, you can name this whatever you like. Let me do this a few more times. So there's the db host, which is localhost in this case. And the db name, the db user, and the db password. Password is empty. There's also the db driver. Now, because we're using PDO, you may use a different driver apart from MySQL. So you could put that in. The password is empty here. However, if you were uploading this to an actual online website, you probably have an actual password, and the username won't be root, of course. Okay, so that's about that. Now we need to include this with every load. So let's just include that config file over there. Okay, great. Now with that in mind, it means we have the recipe for our connection. So here when we construct, we create a new connection. So there's the string like that. Actually, let me use small quotes. Now you may be wondering, what's the difference between single quotes and double quotes in PHP? Well, double quotes tell PHP that there's some variables in the string that you should check for that need processing. Single quotes is faster because if there are no variables that you want to process within the string, it's better to use single quotes. Anywho, I want to add the db driver here. So that's the thing that starts first. So the string we're trying to construct here looks something like this: MySQL, full colon, and then we have something like host. Yeah. Host is equal to localhost, and then semicolon, and then db name is equal to, and then you put your db name there, and yep, that's a string like RBAC underscore db, and that's it. This is the string we're trying to construct, but because these are variables here, that's why we are doing this. So now I'm gonna let me just use this because I've already constructed it anyway. So I'm just gonna replace a few things, if you don't mind. I'm just gonna concatenate that and remove this because now that's the driver. And then host is equal to, let me remove that, and this one is DB host, right? And then let's concatenate to that, and DB name comes next, DB underscore name, like that. Okay, great. So that's our string right there. And so what we do here is that we create a new connection, right? Now, let me just create a connection here and just say, what do we call this? Private or protected? I think protected will be better so that it's inheritable. So the connection is null when we start. Then we're going to say this connection, which is right there, is going to be equal to a new PDO connection, right? Let's add our string there, and then we still need to add the DB user and DB password, like that. Okay, so there we go. So this string should be put here. This is the string we should put there, and then a comma, username, comma, password. So there we go. So with the constructor, that should enable a connection to be generated. Now, with good practice, what do they call this? Good practice. Wait, there was something I was. I'm trying to put this in a try catch. So normally you would put this inside a try catch like this, right? What a try catch does is that it will try your code. If something goes wrong, then we end up here. So E, like that, will be the value of whatever is caught here. Now, usually, this is an exception. Whatever the exception will be, there's usually a PDO exception, right? Like that. So this just defines the data type that we're expecting. Just like we were doing with our functions here, or inside session here, right? Just like we do with when we say string here, because we're expecting a string. Same thing here. We're expecting a PDO exception here. That's what we want to catch. Now, you could catch all kinds of exceptions, then you don't need that PDO part. But we are specifically trying to catch a PDO to catch a predator. Sorry about that. Okay, so here we eventually, if something goes wrong, then we just die. Actually, we don't move forward, we just die. Now, this is up to you what you want to do here. You can do some other advanced things so that the whole thing just doesn't die. But yeah, that's there's a method within this thing that you capture here, which is get message. That's what will show you the error message itself. Alrighty, guys. So that's our constructor. Now, once we construct that, all we need to do is run a query. So here I'm just going to say public query, public function query. All right. So here I expect two things to be returned from the query. No, actually three things. I expect it to return. What should it return? A Boolean. Or we can put a pipe there to have or an array or an object. Yeah, all those three things, all the cool stuff. Yeah. So of course, let's just say return false if none of our things work. At least we can return a Boolean. Right, so let's make a connection. Okay, so the connection is done. Let's run a query. Now, to run a query, you expect two things: a string, which is the SQL string, and then you want some data sometimes, right? this is an array of data. Now this could be empty sometimes, so let's put a optional value. Let's make it optional by putting an empty array like that. Now in order to run a query, we want to use prepared statements. This is why we're going to have the data separate to the query string itself, because we don't want to be hacked through SQL injection. SQL injection is so like 2000, right? We are in 2025 now. We shouldn't be dealing with SQL injection when we have prepared statements. So I want to create a prepared statement. So I'm going to call it statement like that and say is equal to this connection. So let's make that connection. That connection has a function called prepare that actually prepares your SQL string. You know, how convenient. And then now we can get the statement, and within that statement we can run another function called execute. Now this execute will execute the prepared statement, but you can now have a chance to provide your data in case there is some data missing in the query string. Okay, now with that we're going to get a result. Okay, so here is the thing. Some queries, like for example, if you are let's see, if you are you see the return value here is going to get complicated a little bit. Let me think about this a little bit. You can run a query that doesn't expect a result, or if it's an insert statement, for example, what I really want is what do I do here? What to do? Okay, I want to return the, I haven't figured this out very well. See, sometimes queries do not return a result. Sometimes they do. Like if you are reading from the database, of course there's a result. But if you are doing an update, for example, there's no result. I just want to know, for example, how many rows were affected if I was making an update, or if I'm inserting, what was the ID that I inserted. So this is the dilemma right here. So with query like that, we can, okay, instead of thinking, let's just add like a public value not protected called let's call it last underscore. So this is up to you if you want to use camel case or underscores like this. I like underscores because at least it's easier to read, but to each their own. So last insert ID, something like this, is equal to, let's put it at 0 for now, right? And then I can have another one called affected is equal to 0. Okay, so no affected. So these two are going to give me the values that I want here. Okay, so here I'm going to say result. Now this result, I don't know what value this result has. You know, the problem is I write this code and never write it again. So because I just copy classes from project to project, so sometimes I end up forgetting what I'm supposed to do, what values they return. That's my issue here. So anyway, let's go ahead and let's see. Now, usually in the statement is where you check for the affected rows, just to be specific. And then the last insert ID is usually found in the connection itself, right? So let's try this. It will give us an error if it does not exist. So this is fine. So I'm going to say this oops, last insert ID is going to be equal to this con last. How is this last insert ID like this? It will tell me. I don't remember this part, but it will tell me if this is wrong. This affected is going to be equal to. Now this comes from the statement, if I'm not mistaken. So affected rows, something like this. Now, if these are wrong, we're going to check, right? Now, this only, these get updated when we run this. But before that, we should reset them to zeros because we don't want to have this issue where we're getting the previous stuff, the previous data, and not the current data. So we reset them here. We run this stuff, and then we set them to the new values. Alrighty then. Okay, so at this point, I think I would rather return the statement. That way I can do some extra processing if I want. All right, so let me just do return statement like that. Okay, great. Now here, this has become a bit complex, so let me just put mixed over there. Okay, so return statement all the time. Now, that's what we're going to be returning instead of return false. So, yep, we're not returning any results anymore. That's that. Okay, so hopefully this is a database function that will help us do stuff. So of course, I've just been coding all this time and haven't tested anything yet. And fingers crossed that I haven't made any errors. But let's go ahead and test this stuff so that we see some errors and get to fixing, right? So good. Now database, great. Now what we need is some HTML pages because we need to see some stuff, right? So far, let me just try and reload this page. Let's see what errors we get. And yeah, there we go. So require permission, failed to load, no such file in directory. Okay, so permission, I think there's an S missing here. So let's go back to our load. Where is that? Should be permissions. Let's try that. Refresh. Alrighty then. So good. Everything is perfecto. Okay, so let's go to permissions here. Let's see. Okay, so everything is good. Now, in the index page, I just want to see if I have access to my permissions over here. So I'm just going to say, how you say? Let's do sesh is equal to new session. And then I'm just going to say sesh. I just want to print readable. Now, actually, let me go to my helpers. This is a case for a helper. So I'm going to create a function called show, or I'm just going to call it DD like that, just because DD is very short. Yeah, so this one is DD is usually short for like display and die, but I want it to die. I just want to display stuff. So I'm just going to echo the pre-tag, the opening and closing tag, and then just print whatever data have been supplied. So data like that, easy peasy. So data. This is a mixed item. Let me do that for consistency. Okay, great. Now if I go to my index page, instead of what I was about to do, I can just say DD and say I just want to DD what's inside the session. Now in here I want to get a specific key permissions. Oh, that looks much shorter than I remember. All right, there we go. So we just want to see what's inside permissions, and let's go ahead and check that out. A moment of truth. Yes, there we go. So there's an array of permissions, and there they are. Okay, cool. I like that. Okay, so far so good. Now we need some actual HTML pages so we can start doing stuff. So let's list the pages that we actually need. Yeah, so let's have a new file here just so we can write some stuff. So think about it. What pages do we need? First of all, we have the home page that has all the posts, right? So that's the home page. Right. Then we have the admin page that has the other sub-admin pages. So homepage, admin page. So homepage displays all the posts. Admin is for creating users, etc., etc. Do we need a login page and sign up? Yeah, we will need a login page. So just the login, not the sign up, because we're going to be creating users from the admin section. So in the admin section, we need a list users, right? A list of users, the add user, the edit user, the delete user page, and this will go exactly the same for the user rows. So with user rows, we're going to be creating those. So instead of user, this is going to go to row like that. Okay, so users, and exactly the same thing will happen for the posts. Look at that. So pages easily pile up. But the good news is, whatever we create for these guys, the add user and edit user are pretty much the same. Delete is a bit different, but we can copy from these. Okay. And then once we are done with these, we can just exactly duplicate this principle to the rest. They're pretty much the same. So fear not that so many pages we need to create. It's going to be a breeze. Okay, cool. So these are the pages we need, but we're going to need some classes as well. For each one of these, what we call models in this case, that will connect to our database and create all this stuff. So there will be one model for the user table, the rows table, and the list, the posts table. So now I don't like to repeat myself with creating database tables. So this is why in the database.php thingy here, I'm going to create a function to create tables. So usually you don't do this. You create a migration file and all that, but we don't have time for that. So let's just create a simple function to do this. Create tables. All right, so we run this once in the beginning of our project, and it should run everything. So I'm going to say SQL is going to be equal to. Now I'll use double quotes here because I'm going to be using single quotes inside sometimes. So let's create a table. So let's start with the user table. Users table. Yeah. Okay. So to create a table, very specific language here, you say create table. And then you name the table, users. Create table users. It's as simple as that. Then in the brackets, you define what your, what is this? What your columns will be. It's as simple as that. So our columns are going to be, first of all, we want the ID column. And this one will be the primary key column, right? Primary key. That's just how you write it. And then it will have auto increment so that it auto increments as it says there. We forgot the type. It's going to be an integer. Now, if you want very big integers, there's a big int as well. Yeah, but we'll stick to int for now. So with a user, we just want two things, like a username and email. We don't want this complicated. You can create as many columns as you wish. This will be a variable character of length 30, for example, and we allow this to be null for reasons unknown. Now this one is int, and it should be unsigned because unsigned means no sign, which means no negative sign. So only positive numbers. That's what this means. Okay, so username, let me duplicate this for email. I just want to make it 100 because some emails are crazy long. And then what else? I'm going to put date in there just so you see how to write date time as well. So date time, oh, that's a type. Date and then date time. Date is actually a type. So let's just say date created. So date created, email. Oh, we need a password. Password can be 255 because this is an encryption thingy. So we don't know what PHP will, what encryption, how long the encryption will be. So let's just put it at 255. Okay, so password, email, username. I think that does it for our user. And then the date when this was created. Yep, that's it, right? And then after this, we just run this. So we're just going to use this and say query. And we run the SQL file. Right, so the SQL file, we don't have any data in here per se, like prepared statement. Everything is in here that we need. So this should run just fine. Okay, so let's do another table. Now, this other table is for user rows. Okay, so we're going to call this one user underscore rows, or you can just call it rows. That's up to you. So user rows, of course, we need the ID, and then we need the row name itself. Usually rows aren't this long, but let's just leave it there. And so the row name, I think that's about it, really. Now, sometimes you may want to enable or disable a particular row without deleting it. So you can just put the something like disabled, and we just need a 0 and a 1 or a 1 to show whether something is enabled or disabled. So we're going to use the tiny int to save space, of course, with a length of 1, and this one will be unsigned, and the default value will be 0. All right, so there we go. So row ID user row shared. Okay, that does it. And what else do we need? Now we need another table to map these two. Okay, so we need a table to say this user has this user row. Now we could instead have a row column here. Then it means a user can have a single row, right? But we want to make it so that a user can have multiple rows. It can be admin or some other thing at the same time, accountant, admin, whatever, instead of sticking to one. Though you can just make rows, one row for a specific user. You name it, you can name it something like accountant plus admin, and then you just tick what they can do. That could work as well, which means we don't need an extra table for user rows. For maybe we do for user rows, but then at least we just need one column for users here. But let's be more advanced, shall we? Let's add another table to connect the two. Oopsie daisy. What have I done? Oh, okay. There we go. So this other table will be the mapping for those two. So I'm just going to call user rows map like that. So we'll call it that, user rows map. So this one will just have an ID like this, and it's just IDs pretty much. And disabled is needed there, 2 IDs. So first one is the user ID, and the next one is the row ID. Now, of course, these should not be auto-incremented primary key. Here we just say the default value is 0. Okay, so, and these commas will cause problems at the end here. Oh, wait. Let me leave those commas here. We want to create keys here, of course. So datetime here, and then I'm going to say key, right? What key do I want to make? I want the email to have a key because I'm going to be using the email to read data from the database. So key email, like that. Okay. What else? That's pretty much it. Okay. And let's add a key over here. Am I going to be searching for any of this? Yes, yes. So we're going to say key. Rows, not so much. I think disabled will just be the only key here. Because when reading, we're going to say where disabled is equal to 0 or 1. No, maybe not really necessary because those are small numbers, but let's just add it. So here we'll add 2 keys. The first one is user ID, because we need to monitor. Just remove the last comma there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, so user rows map, that's that. Okay, all right, so let's add a posts table. So I'm just going to duplicate this, duplicate that. Oops, what have I done? Let me duplicate from here. Before the posts table, let's do the rows permissions table. So we need a way to tie specific rows to specific permissions, right? So that when you are selected as an admin, for example, we should know what permissions you are allowed to use, right? So this one is going to be titled rows permissions map, something like this. Okay, so here it's going to be row ID versus permission. Now, since we don't have IDs for permissions, we'll just say the permission themselves, permission, like that. Okay. So we'll leave the disabled here just so we can switch them on and off as needed. And then, so there we go. That's the row ID and the permission itself. All right. Now, since these permissions are actually variable character, we're going to do var like this. And here you got to think, what is the longest permission text you're going to have? And let's put null over here like that. So specific role, and then what permission it is allowed to have. Okay, I think that works. And let's go ahead to the posts, and post table is going to be more like the users table. So let me copy that. Let me just make sure we are actually executing these queries right after. So let me change this to post. So posts table, posts, and there's an ID for your post, and there's a post title, maybe 100, and then there's the post content, and this one would just be some text, and then we don't need a password. Maybe we need date created, and maybe the user ID, who created this particular post. Usually this is more like this. So let me remove that, and here we can duplicate so that we add the user ID key, comma, and what other key do we need here? Maybe the title, because we could use that to search for specific posts. So content, date created. Let me remove the primary key and stuff here. Okay. All right, I think that about does it, because if we go back to our queries that where did I put that? Okay, there we go. So there are rows. Really, the content is posts and users for now, and that's about it. Okay, so that should do it. So let's try and run this function and see if it's going to create some stuff. But before that, we need to create our database. So let's go back to our browser, and I'm going to type localhost/phpMyAdmin, and this one will take us to where we can create a database. But creating a database is very simple, so I'm just going to use the command line. Let me go back to my command line, not this one that we have the server on. We don't need to disturb that. Now you can do this in PHPMyAdmin by just clicking new and then creating that database. But what's the fun in that? So let's just do MySQL, and then username is root, and then the password is empty. All right, there we go. So we are inside our MySQL in the command line. Now, if this doesn't work, you can just go ahead and use PHPMyAdmin by clicking new, and then you can create a database. So I'm just going to run a query. Let's say create database. I'm going to call it RBAC _DB, like that. Don't forget your semicolon. And there we go. So we have that database. That is good. And now we can exit. That's all we needed to do. Says query okay, one row affected, which I can try and use it. Use RBAC DB just to be sure that it's usable, and that's true, it is usable. So let's exit from here, and let's exit from the command line entirely. Alrighty then, so here we should have a database named RBAC, which is right over here. There are no tables in here yet, so let's see. If we run our function and then refresh here, we should see some tables. All right, so let's go to our index page, and right about here, before any of this, let me duplicate this. I'm going to name this one db is equal to new database. That way we have our database, and then I'm going to say db, what's that function? Create tables. Alrighty then, so that should run once. And actually, let me go back here a sec. Every create table should have the if statement, if not exists. So I'm just going to select all of these and just type if not exists. Okay, so create table if not exists. That way it only does it if the tables do not exist. Let me refresh this page so it can run all those queries. So undefined property PDO last insert ID. Okay, so it doesn't know what this is. Now we could just Google this instead of trying to figure it. I could figure it out from the. I can actually figure it out from here. So let me just do this. But let's just make sure that even with these errors, I think our tables may have been created. So let me refresh. Yeah, there we go. So we have all our tables here and everything seems honky-dory. If I open that, there we go. If I look at the structure of this, it's got keys where I need keys and stuff. So I think we are doing okay. Okay. And we go to the database. There we go. Rows, permissions, map. Okay. We are good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So those are the tables there. Now, so we only run this function once and that's it. So let me come back here. Now, instead of running that function, I just want to run a query, and instead what I want to do is check echo something. So here I'm just going to run a select all from users. Just as simple as that. Now, what I really want to do is check, after running the query, what's inside these connections. So I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to say dd. There we go, the connection, and let's do the same thing for the statement. That way we know what we want to get from these two. So let's just check what they have. So if I come here and refresh to run that select all from users, here we have a PDO object and PDO object statement as well. So, those are not really what I wanted. Let's try if we do var dump. Does this do anything different? Before we go nuclear. Undefined property. Okay, none of this seems to work at all. How did I figure out the last insert ID here? There's a way to make this show you what's contained in it. But, you know, when you reach a point like this, just Google this stuff. So I'm going to say PHP PDO last insert ID. Let's see what we get with that. Oh, there we go. So it's last PDO last insert ID. Okay, so returns ID. So let's check it out. Looks like I had checked it out months ago. Let me see. So PDO last insert ID. Okay, so we have to get it from the static version. Oh, it's an actual function. Right. Return last insert ID returns ID of the last inserted. Okay, this method. Okay, so it is a method after all. Okay, great. So let's see here. Where is it? Let me undo this. So right here, I have to do this instead. Okay, so because it's a method. All right, cool. Now, what about affected rows. Now, first of all, let's just refresh to see if one of these errors will disappear. Let me refresh. Okay, so one of them did disappear. That's good. So affected rows as well might be a method. So let's do this. PHP PDO statement. What am I looking for? Affected rows. Oh, so it's actually row count, is it? PDO statement row counts returns the number of rows affected by the last delete, insert, or update. Okay, so it's row count. Okay, great. So there we go. Row count like that. Okay, great. Alrighty then. So this should get rid of both errors. Very good. Okay, so if we return some results, the row count will... Now, we can get these from here. So the last insert ID will be here. The affected number of affected rows will be here. Okay, good. So now what I want is to be able to get one row or multiple rows from results from here. So what I'll do is, let me create another public function. This one will be called get all. Then I'll have another one called get one. Now get one, get all. Okay. So normally what I'm making these for, they're meant to chain to the query function at the end of the query function, so that if I'm getting any results, then I will either get one or get all results. Now, since we're returning the statement, because this statement has a method called, what is that statement called? Fetch, right? It's fetch, there's fetch and there's fetch all, like that. So since we are returning this statement, we can actually chain this function to either of these. So here I'm just gonna say, wait, when we return the statement and then we run that statement through here, this is gonna return wait a minute. Okay, let me not obsess over this for now. Let's leave them like that for now. We'll see the need and we'll add it there. All right, so moving on, let's create some pages, shall we? So with, let's start with the admin page. So I'm just gonna right click in the public here and say new file. And this one will be the admin page. So let me save this one as admin.php. Okay, now I also need to be able to check if a user is logged in and all that. We'll do that momentarily. But for now, what we are concerned about is the look. So all I want is just, first of all, let me add some HTML and call this one admin. And then here, I'm just going to do h1, or maybe that's too big, h3, and say admin area, like that. Okay. Now I want to center all of this. So for example, I'm just going to add all of this inside a div, like so. And then this, I'm going to add a class. Let's say text center. So these classes come with Bootstrap. We haven't added Bootstrap yet, but that's what we're going to have. Okay, then I'm going to add some tabs over here, 2 tabs to be specific. I want this centered, so let me do a class here. So I want this in the center of the page. I want it to fill up not every part of the page, so I'm going to say column. Now Bootstrap has 12 columns, so if you say column 12 like that, you're saying it should go to the maximum. And if I say column 6 like that, then I'm saying it should fill half the page. But I want it somewhere like column 8. But then I want margin auto on both sides, so which is on left and right, which is margin X, which is X, the X-axis. I'm going to say auto. So what this does is add margin auto on margin left auto, margin right auto. And I want to be able to see this, so I'm going to say border and rounded borders a little bit. And I'm going to add some padding, a little bit padding inside here. Okay, that should do it. Admin area, and then here let me add a little bit of padding as well, and then background, I'm gonna say primary color, which is usually blue, and then the text, I want this text to be white like that. Alrighty then, yep, this should do something. And then here I just want to add some tabs. So tabs will be one for user management, and the other tab is going to be for the let's see, there's adding posts, there's user management, so users, posts, rows, and yeah, those 3. So let's go to Bootstrap here, and if you go to the documentation, and that way we don't have to type a lot of code, we can just go to navs and tabs. That's what I want here, navs and tabs. So there we go. So there are examples here. The tabs I want are those that look like tabs. So where are they? Here it shows us how to center these tabs. And apparently you just have to say justify content center in as a class. Okay, cool. So what I would do is let's go down here. You can also have side versions here, but I just want these top versions. So I'm going to copy this part, navigation tabs, and paste them here. So those are the tabs we have. And there was that justify content center. So justify content center. That way we can center these guys. So I'm going to save that. Now, of course, this is not going to do anything at all. And I'm not on the admin page, so I'm going to do /admin.php just to access the admin page. And this is what I get. But because I get this because Bootstrap is not installed, I didn't add the CSS file. It's not really a matter of installing. Let me go to the folder, which is this one right here. So in the CSS, we do have that bootstrap.mean.css. So all we need to do is include it in our project. So we can include it by just putting the link here. And this one goes to the CSS folder, and then bootstrap.mean.css. And that's all we need to add it, because it is just a CSS file. And if we import it, everything will look very different. And there we go. So we have our admin area. Let me zoom out. This is the admin area, and then we have these links over here, which is great. Now let me go back here. So here where we have the admin area, down here I can add some kind of text like hi user, just so we can have some knowledge of who is logged in. And then on here like I said, we will have like this one is active, right? So this is management for either users, posts, or whatever it is. Now, normally, I'm sure you're gonna have posts as the main thing that you want to be checking for. So we're gonna start with that, and then the second one would be users, and then rows. Maybe we can swap these two, rows and users. Doesn't really matter. Let's remove the disabled one. We don't need that. So there's rows, there's users, there's posts. I think that about covers everything. So the links to these, we're going to have a variable in here. After the .php there, we're going to have a variable called tab. And if I say tab is equal to, let's say, users, then it should be on the users tab. Okay. So there we go. So we have posts, we have rows, we have users. Now, if I say tab is equal to users, I should get this one as the active one. Right now, these guys do not switch between. And that's because you have to change the, let me remove this area thingy. You have to add, whichever you add this active class, that's the one that becomes active. So if I want users to be active, I can just move the active thingy there, and you will see that now users is the active tab. So let's undo that. Instead, let's put an if statement to check for the, what's this, for the tab. So let's add some PHP tags at the very top there. And also important is that we should require the load.php, because that is going to load all the necessary stuff that we need, database access, blah, 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 etc. and autoloader and stuff. But then down here, I want to have a value for tab. So tab is going to be equal to the get variable tab. If that variable does not exist, let's just set it to posts as the default. Okay, cool. So here we need to just put some if statements so that it shows active if the tab name matches what we want. So here I can just include some PHP stuff, and that means echo. So this is the same as saying PHP and then putting echo, but instead we just put that equal sign. So you want an if statement. The if statement will go like tab is equal to, if here it's equal to posts, then this one proves true. So I'll put that question mark, and then I can echo the active. If not, I just echo an empty string like that. So this is the if statement over here, the condition rather. So if tab is equal to that question mark, show this if it's true, show that if it's false, so which is an empty string. So I'm just going to copy this to both of the others and change what the text should be. So this one is rows, this one is users. And then of course, since these are actual links, we should link them to actual stuff. Excuse me. So I'm going to link these hashes to actual pages, which in this case will be, what will it be? Admin.php, and then question mark tab is equal to, and then the respective text. So posts, rows, users. Oops. Right. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. So let's refresh. And let's try it out. If I click on rows, you see that activate and so on. Okay, so these can be very different pages. It's actually refreshing the entire page when we do that. And then if the tab is not set, it goes to posts. Excuse me there. Right, great. So the first thing though I want to deal with is since we're here for the rows, the user rows, let's click on rows here. Oopsie daisy. What's happening? Okay, there we go. So let's click on rows and let's generate a page for that particular situation. All right, so we're going to need a few files here. So if I go now here, you can put the files, the include files in a folder. So let me just right click. Let's just say new folder. Let's not do that. Let me just create these new files. This is for, we're not here to create a comprehensive tutorial. So what I'm going to do is just say admin to name these files. Admin dash, or just admin dot, what's going to be this one? Users dot php. Let me save that. Boom. Okay, so what I want, okay, let me just undo and save that. What I want is to have this if statement again down here and then include the appropriate file when we reach that point. So let's see here. If I'm going to say PHP tags and close PHP tags, and then I can use a switch statement here, and the variable we are looking for is tab. And if tab is equal to users, for example, then we can require a file here. Require can require or include. The difference is that include will ignore any errors. If the file isn't found, it will just continue. But require will require the file. If it's not there, it's going to cause problems. So this file is admin.php. No, admin.users.php. Okay, so let's try that and see if it will include if I click on this. Okay, so as you can see, that text is here, but not there when I click here. So which means it is working as intended. So let's just duplicate this code here. Duplicate. And instead of users, this is for posts and this is for rows. All right, so problemo solved. Now we just need to create all those files here. So I'm going to create new file and new file. Let's save this one. Let me just do admin.rows.php and save. The other one will be admin.posts.php and save. Okay, so we have all the ones that we need. If I click, you can see it changes over here to the right file. All right, so with users, we have to be able to add a user, edit a user, and delete a user. So first of all, let's create the user list over here. So with users, open here, I'm just going to do create a table. So I'm going to do table like that. Let me add a class of table for Bootstrap. And table, yeah, I think that will do just fine. Let me put a table row and put table headers here. So first of all, we have the ID, and then we'll have the username, and then we'll have the email, and then we'll have the date. I think that covers everything about a user, unless I have forgotten something. Let's go to the users table. Let's see. Username, email, and date. Pretty much it. Okay, great. So with that, we have a table. Let me see how that table looks. If I now refresh, we should have a table. Apparently not. because I didn't save. So let's refresh again. Okay, so there we go. See, ID, username, email, date. We need one more for action. And also, let's add table bordered so that we can have those borders. Bordered. And then table striped as well. Oh, should be a dash here. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this table row. But here we're going to add some content instead. So here I will echo some content. So usually I expect this one to be inside a variable called row. And then within row, I'm going to get the ID column like that and close that. Okay, so let me copy that. This isn't set up yet, but this is how we're going to set it up. That will be the username. Now, these variables have to be escaped. Now, you escape them using the variable HTML special chars, this one right here. But instead of me having to type HTML special chars here, what I would do is I'll create my own function called escape, ESC, like that, because it's much shorter to type. And also, in case I change how I escape values, I can just edit that one function instead of going through my code to change the HTML entities function. So inside helpers here, I'm going to create a function called escape. And then this is going to get a string. And we're going to return HTML special chars of whatever that string is. Simple and straightforward. The return thing is a string, and we expect a string. All right, so there we go. This one does not return anything. All right, so there we go. Where was I? The user's side. So if I grab this, we just change that to email, and we change this one to date. Yeah. Now we want a human readable date instead of the one we're going to save, but let's leave it at that for now. The action one will have an add new button. So here I'm going to put an I'm going to do .php, and then of course the tab is equal to users. But then we want to add another variable, and this one is going to be with the and sign. And then we're going to say and mode, something like that, is equal to add. Okay, so that way we know we're adding. And then in here, we're going to have a button. And this one is going to be saying add new. And let's add some button classes here. So button, sorry about that. And then a button small. And then a button primary for the blue color. All right, so when we click, we are taken to that particular page. Now, these do not exist. So let's check if they do exist. So on this one, I'm going to say, let's put some PHP tags here. I'm going to say if not empty, right? If there's some rows, capital, plural, sorry, and close that. And then let's close this with an end if. Okay. Let's move everything over. And I'm going to duplicate this and duplicate that because I want to make a loop within there. Instead of the if statement, we're going to change that to for each. So begin for each, end for each. Now, this means if the rows are not empty, so let's do that. Alrighty then. So for each rows as row, so it's going to loop, and each item will be added to this variable. That way we can loop through here. Now, of course, if the rows are empty, I'm going to duplicate this and put an else statement. And over here, I just want to create a table role and then table data, and inside just say no records found. But of course, this is just going to be one column. So let me say call span, just to tell it to go through all the columns. How many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one should be 5 columns long. And let me just add some classes in this text center. Like that. Alrighty then. So now if I refresh, this is what I get. A table here and no records found. Let me just add something here. Maybe H4 and say users list, just so somebody is not lost as to what page they are on, right? So users list. Let me add a bit of padding margin actually. Let's say margin top bottom of 2. All right, so let's refresh. Okay, there we go. So users list, no records found. Okay, so if we get this running, we can just copy this stuff to both of these and we should be golden, right? So let's make this work. All I need here is to read from the database of users, but I know we don't have any users yet. So we need this action part to have a button. So I put the button on the wrong place apparently. This button thingy should be actually here. Instead of saying action, I should just put a button here. Okay, so let's refresh. There should be a button there, and there it is. So with add new, if I click, I should be able to add a new user. But maybe we should have started with rows, because when adding a user, we're gonna need to have some rows. Okay, some named rows. So let's deal with that, shall we? So what I'm gonna do is, let me copy everything from here. Let's go to rows and paste. Now, instead of users list, it's gonna be rows list. And here we change that to row. And then over here we'll have, there's an ID, there's a row, and then there's the permissions that this row has. And let's remove date. Okay, so that solves the problem. So row, and then what else? Permissions, and then this one is removed. So let's not remove this email one. Let's just leave it empty for now. But what we really need to do is have some check marks here. I want to be able to tick which permission I am allowed to get, right? So if you remember here, the way we loaded our permissions was using this kind of thing. So I'm just gonna cut this from here, and let's go back to the rows list. Now remember that this is loaded within the, actually it doesn't matter, we can just do it from here. Let's just add some PHP tags here, like that. We're not really strictly object oriented or MVC, so we can do whatever we want. So we create a new session here. I just want all rows to be here, all permissions, sorry. Wow, it's too long, so I'll just write all perms like that. Okay, so there we go. So if we get all the permissions, they're going to be in here. So just like we did the loop here, I want us to loop here as well. So I'm just going to copy this, in fact, this whole thing here, and put it in here. And this as well. Copy. I should actually have copied this whole thing here. May get confusing a little bit. This should go here. So instead of all this, this should just be a div, and then actually let me just remove this and have this as the div, and no need for the column stuff. Let's just close that div. No permissions found. Now this, instead of rows, is going to be dealing with permissions here. So I'm going to go like that. All perms. Paste here as single permission. So in here, I want to have a checkbox for these permissions. Now what I'm going to do is go to Bootstrap and look for checkboxes. Where are all the checkboxes? Checkboxes and radios. Very cool. Oh, come on, internet. Don't disappoint me now. Come on. Let's be snappy about this. Oh, man. Yeah, I kind of forgot at this hour my internet really sucks. Probably should have opened a second tab instead of, yeah, I can still do that. Second tab, yes. So what I want, I would have just typed these with checkboxes, but checks and radios. So these are just normal, you can just use normal checkboxes here, but I just like these Bootstrap ones, they're kind of cool. These ones down here, these ones that look like this, look at that, I love that. Okay, so this is the type we're gonna get. So much overhead, but it's all good. I just want this first one here. So I'm gonna copy that. Okay, so there we go. Let's remove all the unnecessary data. Okay, all that is needed. The ID is needed. Okay, let's change these IDs to check, just like that. Okay, and then this one will just contain the name of what we are doing. So that's the permission, I guess, the perm. So let me put that here. So I'm just going to echo that. Now, sometimes the perm can have unwanted text, maybe apostrophes and commas and stuff. So we're going to escape it here, like so. Alrighty then. Let me go here. Okay, so wait a minute. Permissions, no records found, right? Okay, so there are no records found. This is why we can't see anything here yet. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. Okay, so let's make sure that the add mode actually works. Now, in order to do that, here we should know what mode are we in. So this is very similar to what we were doing in the real admin area here, right? We had tab that we gathered from here. So in the same way, I'm going to do mode like that. So the normal mode is, I don't know, we're going to call it list as the normal. All right. So if I go to admin rows again, all this down here is only going to show if the mode is on list. So let's check it out. Let's make sure that the mode is right. We're going to put an if statement and say if mode is equal to, let's have one for add, like that, and let's duplicate this one and we're going to put else if mod is equal to edit, duplicate, else if mod is equal to delete. And then finally, we're just going to have an else version of this. Like that. Okay. And then we can have the end if at the very end. Then let's tab all of this inward a little bit. So as you can see, if we are in the add mode, we'll show this, edit, delete, and then finally everything else will be here. So let's just see that in action. If I refresh this, we see the rows list, but if I click add new, oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's because it's on the, sorry about that. This tab should change to rows. All right. So let's go back a notch here, rows. And if I click add, as you can see now, we're no longer, we're on rows, but we're in the add mode. So in order to see that, let me just put these guys, these titles should probably remain on each one of these pages. Okay, so this one is delete item. Now I don't want to write delete row because I don't want to have to change all of this when I copy over these to users, for example. It should be just delete record, maybe. That sounds better. And then edit record. And then what's this one? Add record. Yep. Edit, delete, add. Okay, so if I now refresh, it should say add record. All right, so now I can add some input boxes. So with the rows, all we need to add is the row name itself. Nothing else really, because if I go back to the database here, let's look at user rows. It's just row and disabled. Whether it's enabled or not, could be a drop down, for example. So if I go back where there's checks and all this, I can go to form control. Form control has forms. Yeah, this stuff right here. So text area and this. So I'm looking for drop downs, which is the select, right? So to begin with, let me just maybe let me use the input group. I think there are some much nicer inputs there. Oh, come on. This takes like forever. Okay, forget that. Oh, okay. It's loading now. This is really such a waste of time. Okay, never mind. What we're going to do is let me add a div here. While that loads, let's add a button. And this one is the back button. Let's put a class for button and button secondary. So it's a gray button. And this one will have a link to the previous page. And that previous page is just admin.php, where the tab is equal to rows. And there's no mode, right? Just tab is equal to rows. And that should be the back button. So let's cut that and put it here. Okay. Now in here, I'm going to put a class, display flex, and then justify content between. Okay, so that the two buttons can be on opposite ends. And this one is the save button. So let's put a class here of button button primary, and that should be able to submit. And then, of course, because we are submitting some content, this one should be a form of some kind. So let me cut that, and let's put this one down here and push this in. Okay, so there we go. Look at that, a form, looking good. But let's add some classes here as well. Let me see what classes I need actually. Okay, so finally there's an input here. This is the input I wanted, the very first one. I'm gonna come out here and put it here. And this one will say row. Okay, row name or something, I don't know. Placeholder, row name. I think I can remove that, and let's remove the area, all of that. That's all I needed. I need to have a name for this. That's row. Okay, great. And we need a drop down. Let me come back here and refresh. Let's see what we got. Okay, so add record. There's a row name and there's back. If I go back, oops. Okay, so here it may seem counterintuitive what's going on. There's a link here, but this button is a submit button as well. So we have to change its type to button so that it doesn't submit. So what's going on is that it submits the page first and then tries to send us to another page, which wouldn't work. So now if I click back, it takes me here and add new, back. Right, cool. So we have that working, but let's put a drop down for the active, disabled, and all that. So what I can do is this input group, instead I can have an extra div here and duplicate that. This div will have a class of row. That way we can have two items in here. So I'm going to say div, more divs here. That way I can give this one a class and say column will be 6, which is half. It will just fill up half the space, but only up to the medium size, like that. Now what I want next is a select. So if I refresh, this will go only up to half the distance. Look at that. Now here, wait. Back to Bootstrap. I want the select, the drop down. So this is the basic drop down. So very basic stuff. Let me just copy this. Let me put it here. Now, of course, I'm going to need to copy this div to confine it to 6 spaces, which is half of 12, so half the space. But actually, this one should be maybe 8, and this one 4, because this one should be smaller. Okay, and here we're going to say, yeah, instead of putting one where we are selecting, normally we just assume somebody wants this enabled, and the value will be 0, because disabled should be not disabled is 0, and disabled is disabled. So is a 1, right? Oops. Right. Like that. Let me give this a name. This name is disabled. Like that. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's refresh that. Let's see what we got. Okay. So there we go. The row name and whether or not it's enabled or disabled. I should put a D at the end. Okay, cool. So if I add a row name and select whether it's enabled or disabled, I should be able to save that. So let's see how the saving will occur. And if that works, we just copy all of this to the edit side and we'll be golden. Now, if I submit this, it's going to go back to the uh, admin.php over here. And then it's going to land here or one of these. In this case, it will be this one. So I can put all of my code over here after rows, like the controller, so to say. Or within the same rows, I could put my controller code over here. Nothing stopping me from doing that. We are not dealing with MVC here where everything has to be well organized, but so here I'm just going to check if something was posted, right? So if server and the request method, if the request method is post, then it means something was indeed posted. Okay. Now I could just put this over here. Now you have to be careful not to put this post code after any HTML. This is the danger of this, because remember that all of these parts here come after all of this here. So the problem with this is that I won't be able to redirect the page once there's some HTML in the buffer. Then I won't be able to do any of that. So maybe it would be wiser to put that here. Now the problem is, this is the admin page, right? So if I start adding code here that is for posting, this is going to become very, very long page, because this will contain code for posts, rows, and users, which may become very complicated. So instead, I want to duplicate this. Oh, by the way, on the default here, because posts is like the default, we can actually just put that there. So what I would do is I'm going to copy this switch statement, all right, and I will put it here. So this is a second copy of it. Now this one is going to be for the controllers. So we're going to call these like controllers, right? But they're just files, and it's admin users. But before this, just to make them different from that, we're just going to call them controller, right? They're not really controllers, but kind of they are. So admin users controller, blah, 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 blah. That way we can process whatever was posted while we are here before any HTML is dealt with, and then here we deal with the views. All right. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. And let me just make copies of these and change them to controller. So I'm going to open this folder, and let me make a duplicate of this one. So here I'll do this and say posted controller. I can just copy the controller text, right? That way I just paste it next time. Great. There's a flaw in that plan, because I need to copy and paste these things still. So let's go here. Yeah, I didn't think it would work. All right. Alrighty then. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, So now when we make a post, for example, in the rows, let's go to that one, rows control. In this one, I want the mode. Yeah, actually, let me delete all these because the controller shouldn't have any of this. It's just HTML in here. And in fact, let me remove the closing PHP tag. Okay, so with all of this, what I'm really checking for if something was posted, right? And what mode we're in, right? So we say if mode is equal to add, we will do something very different compared to when it's not add. Okay, cool. So here, if something was posted and we are in the add mode, this is where we should add. So here I'm just going to say db is equal to new database, because I know I will need this database thingy. Now I want to insert into the database. So what I would do is, this is interesting. Okay, so I'm going to create an array with the data that I want. So the first one is the row, just the columns that I need for the database itself. Okay, because the post variable can contain more than what I need, so I just want the stuff that I need here, and then the disabled. Okay, row and disabled. That's it. And then over here I can just say db is equal to, actually, SQL. Now here we'll say insert into user rows, and then we put our columns here. All right, and then values, and then these will be like this: row, comma, disabled. Yeah, something like that. And then now db, let's run our query, and that's the SQL file, the SQL variable. So with that in mind, we should be good. Now here I want to redirect to the same page. So I'm redirecting to, let me put what page I'm redirecting to. Admin .php question mark tab is equal to rows, and then yep, that's about it. So let's create the redirect function, because there's no such function, right? Let's go here. Let's say function redirect. Here we expect a string for the path. This won't return anything, just a void. All right, so I know we'll have to die, so let me put that there. Then here we are changing our headers. That's how we redirect, right? So we're going to say location and then concatenate the path. All right, that should do it. So let's give it a shot. So of course we can do error correction and all that, but this is not what the tutorial is about. So let's just assume our users are perfect. And the first row is the admin row. It's of course enabled, and let's hit save. Okay, so access syntax error, access violation. You have an error in your syntax near row blah blah blah. Okay, so it's not recognizing these variables over here, and the very reason is that, let me go back here where there we go. So the reason is that we didn't supply this array. So let's apply that array here, because that's the one that contains the actual variables. So let's do a refresh. It should work this time. Nope. Column not found. Unknown column. Okay, that's my bad. So I misspelled that. It should be disabled. Okay, so let's try again. Fingers crossed. Okay, seems to have worked, but we don't see anything here. So let me just go here to the rows and hit browse. And there we go. You see, we've added a row here, which is awesomeness. But we're not seeing the row. And that's because, let's see, mode is equal to add edit. Let me do the else here. Okay. The else in this situation, we should read. Actually, I don't have to do it from here. Let me go to the not the controller, rows view. So right about here. So here we can get rid of this because we're not doing anything. Hosting has been moved. So here I want to say rows is equal to db query, and let's run a query here, and the query will go something like select all from user rows order by ID descending. Okay, so let's select all of them, and that's rows. Since we have already accounted for rows down here, where is that? Right about here. So it's gonna do its thing. I could move this to here instead. That way it doesn't run even when I'm just trying to add a record. That would be more efficient, I guess. So we can do that here. All right, so back here and refresh, we should see a list. There we go. Undefined variable db. Who knew? Who knew? So db is equal to new database, and that solves the problem. So let's refresh, and there we go. So attempt to read property ID on an array. Why? On line 70, let's see. So line 70 here, inside row, there is, oh, actually, you know, the reason is simple here. Because we didn't actually return any stuff here. So, how we do this? So this thing here returns a statement, right? So instead of the query, let's go to the database thingy here. There's the get all and get one, right? So what I'm gonna do is here we're gonna supply an SQL and data, which is optional, of course. Okay, so once we do this, all I need to do is just say return. Let's return this query. We return a query of whatever SQL line we gave there and the data. if any. And then after the query here, because we're returning a statement, we're going to do fetch, because this is for fetching all everything. So we say fetch all. And then I'm going to say PDO. There are some constants in PDO. Fetch. I want objects, so obj, like that. You can fetch an array by doing a sock like this, but I prefer this method instead. So awesome. So I'm going to grab this and put it here. This one will just fetch one. Boom. So this one will return an array of objects, and this one will return a single object. So get one, get all. Oopsie daisy. So let's test it before I shut down. Where is this? Yeah, so here we're just going to say get all. All right, and let's see how that works. Let's go. Okay, so there we go, row one admin. And as you can see, all these permissions are here. Very cool. We shouldn't have this here, but we're gonna fix that. Okay guys, so we're getting somewhere. So all these permissions here and the row that they're associated with. So all you have to do is tick which permissions the admin row has and then save that. Okay, so let's put the add, edit, and delete button over here. So let me go to, instead of add new here, let's put, let's do the edit. And with the edit, we'll do this. But we need to add the ID as well here. ID is equal to, and this will be part of the row. So let me grab this guy here and put it here. Okay, so that's the edit. Let's put a dot there to separate those two. So that's the edit and delete. Now here I'm going to add a class. Oops. And the class will be text danger. And I'm going to do the same thing here. And this one will be warning. All right, so let's see that. So if I refresh, so there's the edit and the delete button over here. Okay, now all of this looks bold, and that's because we are still using th. So let's use td instead. What am I doing? th is what I need to change. Oops, I went too far there. So you press Control D after you select an item. If you're using Sublime Text, that is. So now if I refresh, these will be less bold, as you can see here. Also, I want these to be 2 columns, so let's change that. So this is one switch here. So what I can do is I can add a div outside here and then put a class of row. That way it knows that this is a row. So let me close that. And then it means now I can do column MD 6, something like that, so that each one of them just takes in half the space. So hopefully we can have 2 columns here. And there we go. We do have 2 columns. but I don't like how this is doing. So let's try and add the wait a minute. Why is this being affected? Maybe if I add a div, I wrap this inside another div. Let's put a class here and then put that column 6 over here. Let's see if that works better. All right, it's this I don't like. It goes over the line. Let's see. Yeah, that works much better. And then let me limit the maximum width of this thing. So this whole thing here, I can add a style and just say max width to 200 pixels, something like that. Let's see if that works. Okay, looking better than before. All right, so this is the admin part. Great. Then we have edit and we have delete. So this is the add, and then let's go edit, and that didn't work. So let's come back and see what's wrong with this link. This one is users. It's supposed to be rows, and then this one should be delete, like that. Okay. And of course, I'm gonna need to copy this. Copy to the edit part here. So let me paste that. And so the same thing to the delete record. So let me just do delete record. Actually, let me undo for the delete. Let me do something here for the edit record. Now, when editing a record, we have to actually read the record itself using the ID. So if we go up here, actually we don't have that. So I wanted to copy this thing here. Copy that and paste here. So instead of mode, we have ID. Because we need to know when we're editing a record, we need to know its ID. And here I'm going to say 0 as the default value, because I know no item is going to have an ID of 0. Then we can run queries here. Let me see if we have let me just create the DB over here. That way I don't have to create it on every single turn here, including here, right? So coming back here, I can have a single row will be equal to DB, and let's say get one, not get all. Okay, then here I can say select all from rows, user rows actually, where the ID is equal to ID and limit 1, so that it stops looking when it gets to 1. Now I need to provide the information on what is ID, because that's just a variable. So here I'm going to say ID. I'm creating an array because you can pass in an array as we created it, and ID will be equal to that variable ID here. That way we're using prepared statements instead of putting the value directly here. Okay, so there is row, but we have to check to see if row is not empty. So say if not empty row, then we will do all of this. However, if it is empty, let's try the else, duplicate, and put the end if, like that. So let me move these guys here. And then on here, if this happens, I'm just going to put a div and say no record was found on this one. Okay, let's add some classes. This one will be alert, alert danger. Text center. This one requires something like this. All right. So let's try this out. So if I click on edit, let me go back a sec, click again. Okay, so edit record, and the record is there. Let me just add a number that I know the record will not be found, so that I can see no record was found as an alert, which is great. Now we shouldn't see the save, and only the back button should be there. So that's the alert. Back button should be there, not the save button. So on this, what I can do is use the if statement again, like here, if not empty, and then do that like so. That way at least we don't get to submit if we don't know what we are submitting to, but we still need the back button here. So edit, there we go. Right, so now we need to put in the old values here. So what I'm gonna do is where is that? Here, the value is equal to the value is gonna be equal to row like that. Okay, that is the value. Let's refresh. Yeah, there it is. It says admin. And over here, same thing. We need to echo the selected if it's inside the array. So here we're gonna do if the value is equal to, okay, so let's say if row is equal to, oh, I can use empty here because 0 and 1 can be thought of as empty and full. So if empty, row disabled. Okay. So this will echo the text selected if it wins, and emptiness if it doesn't. So the value is equal to 1, value is equal to 0. So maybe instead of the empty here, let me remove that. Let's just say, to make things easier, 1 should be equal to 0, 1 should be equal to 1. Like that. Okay. All right. Cool. So if I were to disable this, let me just, yeah, and then save this. Let me save admin2, for example, like that. Let's go to our controller. So if we go to the controller, there's the add mode, and I can duplicate this and put an else if. Let's do this and say else, like that. Okay, so this one becomes the edit, and if we post, this is what we got, row disabled, and this one changes to update. We remove the into, so update user rows, and then we say set row is equal to row, and then comma disabled is equal to disabled. We have to tell it where to do this, where ID is equal to ID, and limit it to 1 row. Okay, good. So there are 3 variables here. There's row, there's disabled, there's ID. So over here, we need to add the ID. Like that. Now, we don't want to send the ID through the post variable, so we have to read from here. So I'm just going to go back to where we were doing this, and there was this part here. So let me grab this. Copy. Rows admin. If something was posted, even there, even before it was posted. So let's do that. And what else did I want to do? There's this ID thingy here. Let me cut that. Let me take it to the main admin here, right here where we have these, so that everything is in the same place, like so. Okay. Admin.php. Back to the controller. Row should be, so we'll say if row and, so both of these should be, actually let it start with that and then check if row is valid, like that. Okay. Okay, so tab rows ID. So let's try this. Let me save. Okay, so undefined variable db on line 24 in the controller. Where is that? Line 24. Okay, db over here. db. Maybe since we're using db so much, I can just declare it here to save us some time and space. So I'm gonna grab db from there and cut and delete it from here as well. Okay, save. Go to admin here and paste it. That's more efficient since we use it so much anyway. And let me go back to admin rows here because we were instantiating it here as well. Okay, so let's do the same thing for session here. Let me remove that. That way we can just instantiate them from the admin main section here, since they are used so many times anyway. So let's try again. Let's refresh, resend. All right, so editing did not work. Let's go here and try to disable, save. Okay, so the editing didn't work. Let's try to figure out why it didn't. So back to controller here. Before we redirect, let's have it die over here, right about here. Let's have it die so that if there are any errors, we can see them. Oh, actually, this value is wrong here. That's where the problem is. So this one should just be ID, like this. That should solve the problem. Okay, so let's try again. Let's edit to, and let's disable that and save. Okay, so there it is. We should have another column to show whether this thing is active or not. Let me go back to admin rows. So there's the row, there's permissions, but before that, let's just do active, whether it's active or not. So there's row here. Let me duplicate And here we need an if statement. So here we're going to say disabled question mark, like that. So if this is active, if this is disabled, if it's 1, then it's not working. So active will mean no, but here to mean yes. So let's see what we got. Could be an extra column, and there we go. Active, no. There and these. So let's edit this again. Let's, as you can see now, it says disabled. Let's enable it. Take it back to admin and save. Okay, so another thing I want to do is, because the admin automatically gets, I guess the admin will get everything ticked, but not really. We can just tick what is needed here. Let's add another, let's try the delete before any of that. So let me click on delete. There is delete record. So let's deal with that. There's the add, there's the edit, and there's the delete. So the delete is more similar to the edit. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Copy and paste here. I'm just going to change the edit to delete. And then also, since we're not really trying to figure this out, we're not really trying to edit here. Sorry about that. So what I need more is the display of information. So I'm going to copy this here, go to the delete part and paste it. And let me change that to a div. Okay. And then same thing here. Let me here we have to say active, like that. Okay. And then there's this row thingy. Let me change input to div, because I don't really, this shouldn't be editable at all. I'll leave the class placeholder, doesn't mean anything, and the name doesn't mean anything anymore. Let me paste here and close that. So escape. All right. Delete record. Right, so let's refresh. Let's see what we get. Now we need to remind the user that they're about to delete this. So let me copy that right about here. Say, are you sure? Are you sure you want to delete this record? Question, exclamation point. Let's give us some space here. Margin in the Y to be 2. All right, so let's refresh. Are you sure you want to delete this record? Row, admin, yes, or back. Let's go back. Let's click delete. Okay, so there we are. Instead of save here, let's change that button to delete. So this one will be delete, and we'll change it from primary color to danger. That way it's a red button. That way we know we are deleting. Delete. Okay. So let's try and delete this so that we know that things are working. Let me go to, where is this? Let me go to the controller, or what we think of as a controller. And let's see here. Duplicate that. Let's put that closing. This one will be delete, of course. So we select if everything went well. All we need really is the ID in this array. So I'm going to remove a row, but maybe just for clarity, I'm going to leave all of these there. There's the ID. Oh, actually, we won't get any of this stuff. So let me do that. Just the ID. So delete from, and then where clause, like that, where ID is equal to ID, limit 1. Delete from. There we go. And that should do the trick. Okay, so let's try and delete. I'm going to click the delete button. And as you can see, it has deleted. So let's add another row. I'm going to say admin. It's enabled and save. And there we go. So ID has changed to 2, of course. Let me add new. Now let me delete this one again. And let me just go to my table in user rows and truncate the table. So I'm going to go to operations and truncate. I just want the auto increment to go back to 0, to go back to 1. So let's add a new admin, save, that way it's 1. And then let's add another row. So there's editor. This is the post editor. Save. Okay, so this one can edit posts, of course. And then, I don't know, the user editor. Or I don't know what you'd call these people, HR or something. Human resource. I don't know. Okay, so there's a user editor, there's a post editor, and there's the admin. So here we need to tick which permissions each one has. Now currently none of this would be saved. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a button here so that once we tick all of these, the ones we tick, we can click that to save. So, and in order for that to happen, this has to be inside a what do you call this, a form, right? So let's go back to our rows here. Now at this point, this before we add this button here, this represents most of what we're going to be doing with users as well. Just add button, edit and delete and the like. So I can copy everything over to posts and to users. Okay, so let me just copy all of this from admin rows to admin users to admin posts. Okay, same thing with the controller. I'm going to copy everything from the controller of rows, paste it in the users, and this controller as well, the posts controller. All right, pretty cool. So of course we're going to have to change a few things. Like for example, the user rows table will change to posts, for example. And obviously the columns are different. We're going to edit that as well. Then in the users, same thing. User rows will change to the users table. But we'll come back to this. So now, since we've copied that, let me see a second here. I just want to edit the delete record where it says the list down at the bottom here, rows list, but this one is a users list. And let me me go back to posts as well. I want this to be a posts list. Alrighty then. So back to rows, and on the listing here, rows list, inside the permissions part here, I want to add a button here. So this button is save permissions, and let's see, I want to have some space between these, so I'm going to put a class display flex. This is going to be a div, and then justify this content. So I'm going to say justify content between, and then since this will be the submit button, let me put a class of button and button primary and button small as well. Oops. Now that this is going to be inside a form, pressing the add new button would actually submit the content here. So we're going to change the type to button to avoid that. Okay, so there's this table here now, and let's wrap this whole thing inside a form with a method of post like that, and the end of the table, let's end the form tag. All right, so which means now we are submitting this stuff. Now these are inputs, so that's going to work just fine. Now we've got to give them names for any of these to work. And also there's a slight problem here. Because the ID and the for are the same, it means if I click on this one and then click on this, it still just adjusts that very first item. Okay, same thing here. See, I'm clicking down here, but what's affected is at the top. The reason is that the for should be unique to each item. So in order for that to happen, let's add a loop. Sorry, a loop, a variable inside the loop. So here where we're checking if this is not empty, we can actually add a variable here called num and set it to 0. And then here we can just say num plus plus like that. That way, as we are looping through these, it starts 0, 1 up to a certain point, and then when we add a second item again, it starts repeating. So at some point it wouldn't still work, as you can see here. Let me just show you what I mean. If I select this ID and this 4, I have to change these two and add that number num and close that like so. So that somewhat makes them unique, but not unique enough, because currently even clicking this one over here in the admin will move this one still. But now if I refresh with this new ID, it only affects what's inside its own box, I think. Let's see. So, oh, it's still doing that, isn't it? But these first ones are good because the numbers are not repeating. So you see now these are matched to these. This one is matched to that one. Okay, so let's make them even more unique by grabbing the row ID as well as to be part of this. So I'm just going to put the row ID here and then that random number, that looped number over there. So these two things are following each other. That will just ensure that no number is repeating. So I'm going to refresh the page and let's try this again. Okay, so each item is free. It's got its own ID, so that way when we click on these, we don't get those duplicates. Okay, cool. That's one thing done. The next thing is, how do we submit this? These have to be submitted as an array. So for example, this has to be one array of only the items I've selected. So let's see how we accomplish that. We do that by giving it an array name, a name that is kind of an array. For example, like rows, and then doing this, right? But what I want is to put that row ID and then those two like that, because I know the row ID is unique to this particular item, so maybe that would work. Let's check it out. Now, in order to know, we have to submit. If I click to submit here, it does submit. So we have to go to the to the controller, the rows controller. On this else, because this is not a delete, this is not a edit, it's just on that view. So it should come here. And what I want to do is just check what's inside our post variable before we do anything with it. And I'm going to do die over here. Okay, so let's try this out. If I save, it's an empty array at this moment. So let's get back to where we were. Document has expired, of course. Wait, what? Because the else actually does work here. Right. So the array is empty, but let's select a few. Let me select 2 items here. Let me select 3 items in here, and maybe 4 different items over here. And then hit save. Okay, so this is what you get. So we see that number 1 has 4 items, which is this one here with ID of 1. Number 2 has 3, and this one has 2, as you can see. So the third one, this one is on. So we need to give them actual values instead of having this on like this. So let's do that. If I go to the rows view right here, so there's a name, but let's give it a value. So the value of this should be the permission itself, the text. I'm going to copy that and put it here. Okay, that's what it is. So let me redo this. Oh, actually, I won't get any different results. Let me just do that. Let's select 1 item here, 2 items there, 3 items here, and let's submit. Okay, so at least now we're getting somewhere. You see, this one is ID 3. That is row with the ID of 3 has this permission, and these have these different permissions. So in order to save this, we just need to loop through all these arrays. We loop, and if it's an array, we get this key, which will be our ID, and then we loop through this item to save these items one at a time. So if I come back to my database here, inside rows, let's go to browse. These are the rows, right? Let me go to the database itself. If I go to rows permission map, this is the table we are targeting. So I'll have to add the row ID and the permission, and to show whether it's enabled or disabled. Now, in order to avoid duplicates, because if I click save again, the data will be duplicated. So we have to check if there's already a value like that. If it's there, then we just make sure that disabled is that it's enabled. That's really all we need to do. But then before we do that checking, we have to disable everything here so that everything that wasn't ticked should be disabled first. So let me go back to the controller, which is right here. So what I'm going to do is loop through let me do the redirect here. So let me check it out. We do this only if something was posted. Let me move that here. Okay, so we don't need to check for a particular row. So in here, let's loop. So I'm going to say for each. We're looking at the post variable and the key and value. This one should be an array like that. So let's just confirm, like, if is array. So if our array is a real array, then we can go ahead and loop through that array. So I'm going to say for each again, this array, as we don't need the keys for this, because if you look here, these keys are just random numbers. These are the second keys we don't need, but these actually mean something. These are row IDs. So that's that key, it's the row ID. But this value is the permission. Okay. So for every permission in there, we first check if it exists. If it does, we update. If it doesn't, we insert. So let me just try and make an SQL thingy here. Insert into, yeah, what is the table code again? Rows permissions map. So let's copy that. So we are inserting here. So on this one, what we need is the row ID and the permission. These are the columns, right? So there's row ID and permission and disabled. Okay, those are the columns. So let me copy this to here and put these as variables. Disabled can simply be a 0. Excuse me. All right. So let's run a query here. And we need some values for our array. I'm just going to add the array in there directly. So the first thing we need is the row ID, comma, and then the permission itself. Okay, those are the two things actually. So then we don't need the ID over here. Oh, we do need the ID. So this key here represents the row ID. So let's put that there. The permission itself is this permission. So let's put that there. And we should be good. Right. Now, we are not good yet. We have to check first whether we are inserting or updating. So let's try and grab a row. So the row is going to be equal to, let's say, let's see, db get one. Now we're going to say select all from user rows. No. We want to check in the permissions map if the record already exists. Where row ID is equal to row ID and permission is equal to permission. Okay, and limit 1. We just need to find one. That's it. Now we need to know when the result isn't found, what do we get? We need to test this. Let me go to the edit. Just want to see the data type here. So I'm just going to do dd paste row over here. Okay, so let me go to edit. Okay, so that's the result. But what if I add a value I know does not exist? Okay, so it just disappears, but I want to know the data type. So I'm going to use var dump like that. So let's redo this. I want to know. Okay, so it returns a false boolean. Okay, so when the result isn't good, it's a boolean. So great. Which means I can just say if empty, right, row, then it means we didn't find it, and then else means we found it. So if it's empty, then there is no record. So let's do that. Let me copy this. But if we find it, then it's an update. I'm going to say update the map, and then we say set is equal to actually, if we're updating, the only thing we should worry about is the disabled, because it's already there. The record is already there. So set disabled is equal to 0, actually a very fixed number, where ID is equal to ID, limit 1. So we update just the ID itself. The ID will come from because this is not empty, the row. So that's where the ID will come from. So I'm going to say ID, and then wait, what am I doing? Okay, there we go. So row ID, let's remove permission here. Okay, this is the one and only variable in there. Okay, so this is cool, but at the same time, we need to disable every if is array loop. Before we do any of these, we need to disable all the permissions. Disable all permissions first. Now, if we disable all the permissions, sorry, and then this doesn't work for some reason, we risk removing access for the admin, because this is going to remove everything, even for the admin and so on. So you could create a system where the admin stuff is never edited, for example. So maybe let's do this. Let's say we never remove permissions for the admin, right? That shouldn't be allowed. So disable all permissions. So here we'll update and set disabled to 1 for everything. Okay. Where ID is not equal to 1. Okay, because we know the admin is row 1, so everything else can be disabled. So update set disabled is equal to 1 where ID is not equal to 1. We don't want to limit 1 because we are doing this to everything, and we don't need array here. Okay, so with that in mind, we should be able to save some stuff. So this side things are empty like this. So let's see if they're not going to be empty anymore. Let's click on edit. Okay. So to start with, I want to save stuff for the admin. Let me just save these permissions. Okay, so there's an access violation here. What does it say? Near. Okay, so I guess we are missing some values. There's permission, row ID. Where are we missing stuff? Oh, here, I guess. So here I should put an array, row ID and permission. So let me just copy what's here because it's the same thing and put it here. Oops. Yeah, so that I have this array here as well. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, there we go. Now we don't see a difference here because we're not reading them yet, but let's go and browse and see. Okay, so you can see now row ID of 1. So this just means that the admin, which has a row ID of 1, has all these permissions here. Okay, which is cool. Now the thing is, when I refresh the page like this, these should be ticked here to show that indeed they are ticked, because otherwise if I try to save right now, it's going to delete all these that are not ticked, so that won't be good. So what we can do is rows view file here, right here where we have these guys. I can try to check through this loop. I can check this particular item in how many, if there are, oh, let's see, all permissions, right? I can check within this one which ones are selected. So I can put some PHP tags like so, and then I say selected. Let's just call it check. Let's see. So I'm gonna do db query and run an SQL here. So it's gonna say select. The only real thing that I want is the permission itself from here. This one, the permissions column. I just want to know which permissions are for which row. So select permission, one column from user. Wait. Rows permissions map. Okay, where the row ID is equal to row ID. We want to put limit 1 there. So I want to provide an array that has the data. So what is row ID? In this case, it's going to be part of row. What are these? Yeah, it's part of the ID. So we're checking for, because when we loop here, this is the row, a row for a row. So its ID now can be mapped to whichever, let's say for example, that would be 1. So it's going to collect everything that has row ID of 1, and these will be the items. So I want to put all of those in an array. So what I'm going to do is say if check, then we're going to say selected permissions are going to be equal to, there's a function called array column. So you give it an array. In our case, it's check. Okay. Wait, this query function doesn't actually give you anything. It's the get all function that will get us something. Okay, so we grab all the ones that we need, and array column will grab a specific column only, which is permission, and then create an array out of that. That way we can just check which permission is in this array. So here I'm going to say, on the input here, I'm going to say, let me do that and close. So there will be a condition here for in array. Okay, the needle is what we are looking for, the current permissions. I'm going to say perm like that. The haystack is where we are searching for it, which is all the selected permissions. So if it turns out that, oops, where am I? Yeah, so if it turns out that it is inside the array, let's put a question mark here. Here we're going to do selected, otherwise we don't do anything. So we're going to say selected. That will be echoed here, which means it will be checked. So let's try this. If I refresh, I should see some stuff being checked. So here it says best table or view not found. RBAC dot, yeah, so it's just saying the table I selected could not be found, and that's because I misspelled it. So let's refresh one more time. Okay, so a warning, undefined variable selected permissions. Oh, really? Oh yeah, because sometimes it's not there. So what I'm going to do is, before we even check here, I'm going to set this to an empty array like that. Okay, that way it's always there, whether we got some results or not. Okay, so down here I don't see any let's do this. Let me echo this just so I can see where the problem is. So I just want to see what's inside that item on every stage. Okay, so rows list. What? Okay, so it's happening from the top here for each row. Oh, not inside this. Right. Okay, anyway, I am seeing some permissions here regardless. So which means it's working. It's supposed to work. So what is wrong here? Input. Oh, it's not supposed to be selected. It should be checked. Sorry about that. It's the text that was wrong. And there you go. Look at that. These are checked. So let me check a few more of these and save. Right? Save permissions. And there you go. It keeps them. So the user editor can add a user, edit user, delete user, and view users. This is pretty much what they can do only. You may want them to be able to view posts, maybe. This is up to you here. Post editor will do the same, but for posts, like that. But they can't add user roles and view the admin section and so on. But maybe they should be able to view the admin section because that's where they are going to be doing some of this stuff from. So I'll leave it at that and save. So now if I refresh the page again, you see that things are still ticked as they should be. So if I go to my table now and click browse, you will see what has happened. So all these are the permissions for row ID number 1 and row ID number 3 and row ID number 2. Okay. Alrighty then. So at least the permissions part is done. Now we move on to the users. So now we can actually add users and so on. So let me edit this to suit what we have. So users have, let's go to users here for a sec. Now, inside here, let me change every reference to user roles into users. Okay. Then let's go to where we are listing everything, the ID, and then there's username, and then there's email, and what else? The date. Okay. And instead of rows, wherever it says rows, we change that to users. Okay. All right, so back to the list here. So ID, there we go. Username, here we change that to username. And then we don't have this disabled thingy. So let me remove that. Let me just duplicate the username thingy and put email. And then, of course, I'm going to remove this part with the permissions because we don't have that. And then duplicate again for the date. Okay. Let's see what we got. Let me refresh for users. Okay, so since we don't have any users, that's understandable. Let me click on add new. Add record, and there we go. So right here is where we need to look at some stuff. Okay, this is fine. Let me go to the add record part. I can remove the enabled disabled because we don't really have that issue. So this one is username. And then from there, the name also of this should be username. Let me duplicate this. Let me put this at 6 like that so that it's halfway there. Let me duplicate that. Email. Email. Email as well there. Okay. What else do we need to have here? Let me refresh. Let's see what we got. So username and email. The placeholder is still username here. So let's change that. Oh, maybe I just didn't save. Yeah. So then we have password and password. What else is there? The date. let's go back to here. Let's go to users. So just these two and the password. Okay. So let me drop the password thingy here. Change that to password. And name here password. So like I said, we're not doing error validation here because I've done that in many tutorials, so you can check those out. Here we're just looking at the rows part. So let me move this to 12 so it can go all the way through. And the type here is password. All right. All right, so that's how you add a user. Username, email, and password. Cool. So an email here type, let's change that to email as well. All right, so if I saved this, actually, before I even do that, let me just copy this to the edit part. So from here, I'm going to replace here. Boom. And then all I need to do now is add values here. Okay, I don't know if we need to escape these values as well, but just to be sure, or just to be safe, rather. So let me copy that. Let me put this here as well, and just change that to email. And same thing here. Just change that to password. Actually, when editing, we don't need this password to be there. Leave empty to keep old one. Alrighty then. So very good. Now, if I submit this, let me just make sure the user's controller is correct. So let's start from here. Let's see. What we have instead of row is going to be username. Let's change that. We don't have disabled. We have email. And then we have password. Okay. Now I need to hash this password here. So I'm going to do password hash like that. So the string is this one. Okay, that will hash it. Then let me add password here and also here. Okay, then we can insert. Great. So let me just try that. Username, email at email.com, and let me put a password, just password text. So let me save that. Oh, it redirected to the wrong page. It's supposed to go to users, and there it is. So let me just make sure here everything referring to rows is changed to users. All right, that way we are redirected to the right place. So there it is. It actually worked, but here it just says date does not exist. So if I go back to use admin.users, the list here, there's no date, but there's date created, I think. I actually forgot about that because there's date created here. So if I check to see what happened. The password is encrypted, but there's no date here. So let's fix that real quick. I'm just going to truncate this table real quick. That way it's empty again. And then let's add new again. So inside the controller, right here, let me duplicate one of these. And this one will be date created. This date created, we're just going to create a date. So just going to say date. And then we'll do YMD, hours, minutes, seconds. That's how you do it. Look at the capitalization there, very important. Okay, so let's try and add a new. Okay, and the password is just password. And let's hit save. Okay, yeah, that is true. I forgot about that. So we add password there, but we didn't add date created. So let's add it here as well. All right, and that should solve our problem. Okay. All right, so there it is. This is not very human readable. The design is not very human. So let's go back here and instead of escape here, let's tell it to get date. And let's go to our helpers to create that function. It's going to be very similar to this escape string. So let's duplicate that and change that to get date. And then we change that to date. And comma. So in here we tell it what we want. So there's J, capital J, no, small letter J, capital S, and then F, which is for the actually capital M, and then comma the year, like that. Okay. So let's see that. Date argument to timestamp. Okay, sorry. Let's convert this string to time like that, so that it's an int instead of the actual date. Okay, so there we go. 16th June 2025. Ooh. Alrighty, so there we go. We have added a user, which is great. Now we just need to be able to edit. Oh, I forgot the user roles. Oh my goodness. The very point of the tutorial has been forgotten. So here I need to add a part where we select and tick which rows the user should have. Okay. All right, so let's add those checkboxes. So if I click add new, we could list, excuse me, we could list these guys down here right before the password part here. So let's do that. Now, the same way we mapped our rows to permissions, that's how we're going to map our user to particular rows in the same way. So if we go to our database here, so in our database, we have row permissions map, but then we have user rows map. So all we need in here is to have like a user ID and then select which row IDs belong to that user ID. Okay, so with that in mind, oh, did we even hold up? Let me go back to the database here in the permissions situation here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this works just fine. Okay, So let's do exactly the same thing here. Let me go back to, let's see here. Let me go back to my controller for rows. Disable all permissions, and yeah, I think this works as intended. All right, so at this moment I want to do the users part. So since we already have the loop for rows here, we're just going to copy that. So inside the rows view, this part here that says for each, so just about there, here where there's a row here, I'm just going to copy that. Okay, copy that, and let's go to our users view instead, and right in the middle, this is in the add, so we go up here where there's the add. Now in a project where this is, in a situation where this is a real project, I would suggest that instead of putting if statements, you should put if statements like this. However, instead of just putting the code here, you could put a require to an actual external file. That way you put the code in that file instead. Then this whole thing will be much smaller, because certain times you can have a very large form, and that will make this entire page really huge. So to avoid that, you can put separate files, the add, edit, and delete, in case you have so much to add. So just keep that in mind. You can do it that way. And right in the middle here, between the email and password, that's where I want to paste this situation here. I'm gonna tab it in like so. Let me actually just put this inside another div, which will deal with the size. And this one I think should be 12, so it can go all the way. And then margin bottom to 3, just like the others. Okay, now this is just looking at these permissions, but we should change that because we want to look at user rows. So we'll change that to rows like that. And this perm will change to single row. Let me select with that. Okay, row like that. Okay, did I miss one or something? Okay, I think that does it. Now here on the name, because we were using, we had several what is this, rows here, but in this situation this is just one user. So if we just put their ID there, instead of putting this ID, what I can do is just say rows, because there's only going to be one set of these. So we can just name it rows like that as an array. What else? Row ID, we don't need this row ID. The num is required because it will still be unique without this row ID, or you can just leave it. It's the same thing, but let me just delete that to make things simpler. Okay, so we have that num, which is great, and the row here, I think that does it. The only thing now is we need to read all the rows in the rows table. So what I'm gonna do is I can do this right here, since we don't really have a organizing situation like MVC. We're just gonna do it in here. So db get all. So I want to grab all the results, and the query is select all from user rows. Actually, that's about it. You can order them a certain way, order by ID descending, or you can order them by the name, like admin. Maybe that's better to do. Order by row ascending. That way they are ordered in alphabetical order, and that's about it. So let's see how that will play out. So if I now refresh on the add, this is what we get, right? Selected permissions is not a thing. Okay. That's great. Actually, we need selected. This is only useful for the edit part, right? So that we know which ones are already selected. So instead of saying selected permissions, we're going to say selected rows. Now we're going to make this work here. I know there's not going to be any here, but wait a second. I'm going to copy this to the edit, then I'll delete it from the add, because when we are adding a new user, we know they don't already have selected rows, of course, because the user does not exist yet. But let's just add it here for the sake of the edit part. So on this one, same thing here. I'm going to get all the results from this query that I'm going to do. And this query will be select all. Actually, it's not going to be selected rows. This is just going to be, let's just do a check, right? We're just checking to see. Let's say select. I don't want every column. I just want the, what do I need? With the rows, I want, since we're saving just the ID, I just want the ID. Okay. So I just want to know which ones are selected. So actually not ID, but let's go to the user roles map. I want to know which row IDs are present for this user. So I'm going to look where the user ID is my user ID, but I want to grab all the row IDs. So here we are selecting row ID from, this one is called what? User rows map. Okay. User rows map. Okay. Excuse me. Where the ID is equal to, no, actually, where the user ID is equal to certain ID. So let's give that information to the array. So I'm going to put an ID there, and this ID will come from row ID. Now here we don't have a row because there isn't one. This is a new user, so there's no row, user row yet. But if this works out, we're going to say if check, right? Then we're going to say selected rows is equal to, and we do that array column thing so that we grab just one column. The input is that array, and then the column name is row ID. That's what we're looking for. That will create a single array. But before this, we need to define this as an empty array so that we don't have an error if we don't find anything. Okay, and that should work. Now, I'm just going to copy this to the edit part. Now, on the edit part, it works because we do have a user row here. So this is going to work like a charm. So I'm going to paste that, and let me move it inward a little bit. Okay, so this will work just fine here. However, on the add, we don't need any of this. So I'm just going to remove that and remove that and remove any references to selected rows. So which means removing this as well. Okay, great. Alrighty then. So with that in mind, let me refresh. So there's an error here, but we can't see it because maybe it's part of the input. So in this situation, just view the page source because clearly the page ends before we get to where we want, and we should see some errors. And there we go. So it's inside an input. And here it says a fatal error, uncaught type, escape. Argument 1 must be of type string. A class was given. So an entire class was given to the argument of escape, which shouldn't be. So row here is an entire object. So instead, it has to be row. Actually, the value for this is the row ID. We don't need to escape that, but that's fine. And then here, the same thing, row. The actual column name is row. Okay, so we're back here. Let's try and see what's going on. Okay, so there we go. So now you can choose a user row. Now, I need a label here, just like we have labels on these. Input group. Where do I put this? Maybe let me put it here. Let me just add a div here and say select user rows, like that. Okay, so that's just kind of like a title. Okay, so select user rows, and so I can click admin or whatever. Yeah. So let me try and just make this user admin and post editor. Okay. Which doesn't really make much sense, but just to show that it can be done. And also, if we go back, I think I truncated the, oh, did I? No, I did not. Okay, so this is fine. But if we click on edit now, okay, so we're having that problem again. So let's go back to the edit part to fix that. And, right about here, in array row, so this one is row ID, right? Even here, row ID. And then down here, the actual row name, which is row, like that. Okay. I think that does it. Looks good. Let's refresh on the edit. All right, so this user should be admin, and admin usually has the features for these other guys, so it may not be necessary to select these others, but at least we are on the edit here. So let's go to the edit controller, the user controller here. So users controller, and let's look at the edit part because there's something missing here. So we are updating the disabled whether, oh, actually this is wrong. We don't have that column in users table. So let me check that out. Let's go to users for a second here. Users. Okay, so we don't have that disabled to disable a user, and we don't have rows here, so this is all wrong. What we really need is this stuff right here. So I'm going to grab this and copy it here. Boom. Okay, so username, whatever was posted, email, whatever was posted, and normally you would validate this data to make sure that the email is not being repeated and all that, and the username is unique, just like the email and so on. But this is not a tutorial about that, so in the interest of not making the video longer, we're not doing that. We're just assuming every user is perfect. I've done this in many other videos. You can check on my channel. All right, so here we don't need to create the date because the date created was created when creating the user. We don't need to update that. Usually we don't need to update the password either. So I'm going to remove this from array for a sec here. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is ask the question, is this empty or not? We only replace the password if the user actually put something there. Otherwise, we ignore the password. The reason we don't put the password in the input as well is for security reasons, of course, and also because the password is encrypted. If we added, just like we add the old data here, we would see the encrypted version of the password. And if we saved that, it would be encrypted again. So that would completely mess up the password. So we don't want that. We only want to change the password if the user has provided one. So we'll say if not empty password. This is the only time we're going to add this to the array. Okay. So we're going to say array password is equal to what am I doing? Okay, so it's equal to password hash whatever password was given there. That's great. And now let's update the user. So in this case, we're updating the username and the email. And sometimes we want to update the password. So let me duplicate this and let's see where a situation where password is provided. I'm gonna do that. So all we need is an if statement, just like this one here. So since we already have this if statement, I'm just going to add one of these guys there. So I'll move the SQL where the password is actually added so that it reads like that. But otherwise, we will do the other one. Now, you don't need the else statement like this. What you can do is just put this original one at the top, this one without the password, and then in case the password is not empty, then we change the SQL to this one and then just run it. The array will be updated as well, so that's all good. It's gonna work pretty well. Okay, now we need to deal with the user rows. Now we can do this after we run the query for saving stuff in there. So here we're going to say save user rows. So we can do this after, which is fine. So save user rows. How do we do that? Now there's going to be an array from called rows. So I'm going to check if not. Actually, it doesn't matter whether that's empty or not. We just have to loop through. Now we've done this before, this code, so I don't need to start from scratch. I can just go ahead and copy this. So let's assume we are here. If is array, right? Maybe necessary to, not really necessary, but let's just add it there to avoid errors. So I'm going to paste this here. Let me move this back one bit. Now, instead of just array like this, this is going to be the inside the post variable, right? It's going to be post and rows like that. So if it's an array, there is an array of rows. Actually, this is not necessary, is it? Yeah, it's going to be an array, but maybe an empty one. So that's fine. I think it's going to work still. And I want to disable everything. So let me go back to the same rows thingy where we say disable all permissions. So I'm going to copy this part as well. Copy that. User controller. So I want to do this in here. All right. Let's see. Now it's not permissions for now. It's going to be rows. So user rows map. I think. Is that the table name? Let's confirm, shall we? User rows map. Okay, that's the one. Set, excuse me, set disabled is equal to 1, right? Where the ID is equal to. Now, we want to target a specific user. So we say where the user ID is equal to user ID. So in that situation, we need to know what the user ID is. And since we just updated this user using a user ID, it means we do know what the user ID is. Actually, we didn't add that here. So, right, that's one thing to keep in mind. Let me copy that and let's add it here because that ID is required. I'm going to do ID is equal to, this is going to be row ID, like that. So that ID is required because it's part of the where clause. I had missed that. However, let's come down here. So here we need that. So I'm just going to add the user ID. That's what we called it there, and set it to row ID, like that. Okay, so that will disable everything first, and then we enable the ones that are ticked. Now here, let's make sure we're targeting the right table. So this one is user rows map. That's what we're looking for. And let's make sure the query is correct. So these are rows as row ID. So instead of permission here, this is supposed to be the row ID. So I'm just going to copy all of that and say row ID. Because these are rows, that's the row ID we're selecting. So let's see if the query makes sense. So select all from, we just want to check to see if it exists or not, so that we enable it if it does. User rows map, where row ID, let's go to row ID. Oh, so there was already a row ID here. So let's change one of these to say user ID. Like that. Okay. So user ID, that's great. And for each row ID, so select all from user rows map, where user ID is user ID and row ID is a particular row ID. Just limit to one. Okay. So we need the user ID here, of course. So the row ID is over there. But then let's change this to user ID. Now, of course, the user ID is coming from the row ID, like that. Okay, this shouldn't be capitalized. Okay, so those are the two that we're looking for. If that exists. Now, excuse me here. Now we have to be careful here because there's a user row here that we're dealing with, right? So if I set this to row, I'm going to replace that. So I don't want to do that. Let me change this one to check, like that, because we're just running a check here. So let me do that. Check. Okay, great. So let's check and check if that's good. Now, if it's empty, which means we need to insert a new record. So insert into user rows map. There's row ID, and then there's supposed to be user ID. So let's change one of these to user ID. And there's disabled there. There's user ID, row ID, whether it's disabled or not. So that's fine. Let's also change this over here to user ID. And let's set that to row ID. Okay, so that should do it. And then over here, we are updating. The only thing we are changing is whether it's disabled or not. And the ID is row ID. So that's correct. All right. That should do the trick. So let's see that in action. This is for the edit part, right? Excuse me. All right. So let's go to the user rows map here. There's no record here quite yet, but let's try and save this. So let's see if we're going to get one row for admin. So there's an expected token on line 39. So let's check that out. Where is it? Line 39. Oh, actually, there's a comma here. It should be a semicolon. Okay. Let's try this again. Resend rather. Okay, so there we go. But let's check our database. if there's anything that has been saved. And as you can see, this shows that a user with ID 1 has a row of ID 1. And this is active because it's not disabled. Let's see if we can add more to this. So if I click edit again, you see now that it actually shows you which one is active. Let's see if we can add 2 rows for this user. Okay. I can see that here now, but if I click browse, you can see here the second record has the same user ID but a different row. So this user has 2 rows, as you can see here. We can see that if I click on edit, and those are ticked. But on the table, of course, we need to see these guys, right? We need to know what exactly, what access this user has. So let's go back to the user's view file here. So we go down to where it's a list, not the delete, but the list. And at this point, let me check it out. Just after the email, now this is up to you. I think after the email is fine. We're going to put rows right there. Okay. So after email, let's put rows over here. This is similar to how we did, actually, let me just do this. So all we need here is a div, right, to list our rows. You could create a row here like that, so that you use Bootstrap's classes. We say column MD6 like that, so that it's a two column system. Okay, so here we can add a row. So all I want really is to, let's see here, let's loop through those. Now what I can do is say if not empty, inside the row here we can add, or we can read it from here. Let's just say rows and just do it from here, right? If not empty, rows like that. Let's put an end if here. Let's do PHP and if like that. Okay, so if not empty rows, then we loop. So let me duplicate this for a bit, and let's change the if to a for each. Like that. And rows as row. Rows as row. Let me remove one of these brackets here. So each one is a single row that we're going to put here. And we're going to escape this just in case it has some special characters. Let me paste that row like that. So these are rows we're going to get as a record, right? So rows as row, this is an actual row, so it's an object. So we have to do this in order to get the actual text. Okay. Now since rows is not a thing here, so it's up to you how you want to grab. Let me see here. These are the rows over here, right? You could loop through each row and then add to it some row data, or you can just run the query from here. So it's entirely up to you because this is a loop as well. So let's just do it from here. I'm going to add some PHP tags over here. So we're going to say rows is equal to, let's do db get all, and let's run our query over here. So I'm just going to say select all from rows, right? From user rows. That's the table name. Now we want to only get specific rows that this user is associated with. So here we are selecting all columns from user rows, but let's just say where ID in, like that. Now we use the in keyword instead of equal sign to give it an array of items. So here you could say something like where ID in 3, 5, 8, something like this. This actually means we are given a few options here, but instead of this, what we want to do is add another query inside here. Okay. All right, so let's add a query that will supply the array that we want here. So selector from user rows where ID is part of the results of the query we're going to put in here. So you can just put an array directly there, or you could put a query that gives you that array. Now, of course, for that array to be valid, you only have to select one column, right? So where we're going to get those IDs, we're looking for row IDs. So it's going to be select row ID, which is the column that we want, from the mapping, right? So the user rows map, but where the particular user ID is equal to a specific user ID. Okay, so that should do the trick. Now the user ID is going to be in here, row ID. So let's add that to our list. Let's put a comma and add user ID here and give it that value. Okay, so then it should show us what rows the user belongs to. So let me refresh that and let's see. And as you can see, the rows are admin and post editor. Now you can just let them go down like this as a single unit. You can change that by putting a 12 there. That means each one of them gets the full width. So if I do that, then it goes like this. So maybe you like it better this way. That's entirely up to you. Okay, so these are, or you can number them as well if you want. So these are the rows that this user has. However, we're not done with the add section, right? The add section should be, I think we're not done with when we submit here, right? So what we're going to do is, let's go to the controller. So this is the user's controller. And at some point, there's this point here where we save the user roles, right? So I'm just going to copy this whole thing. So I'm going to select that, copy. And let's take it to the add section, right? Right after we submit, we save the user data. Now we save the user rows. So let's see what doesn't work here, considering we don't have a there's nothing to disable, for example, because this is the first time this user is creating rows. So we're going to remove all of this, nothing to disable. And then we go through all of these guys. Now there's also a row ID here, which we don't have, right? So instead, let's check all references to row ID here and change that to user ID, like that. Okay, so all the references are changed to user ID. And we need to get user ID. Now remember when we created our database, where is this? Our database class, we have affected rows and this one, this last insert ID. So this last insert ID will always have the ID that was last inserted. So since we are inserting here, we can grab that ID from here without having to read from the database, really. So what I'm going to do is right about here, right? Okay. I know that inside DB, there's going to be that user ID. So the user ID is going to be equal to db, and we grab that last insert ID. Now remove this, it should be like that. Okay, so once we have that, that's our user ID, and everything should work as intended. Now we don't need to check, for example, if there's any records in the user role map, because this is the first time this user is doing this. So let's remove all of that, and then of course the check will be empty, so we have to insert, and we are not doing any updates. So let's remove this update part and that too. So only this remains like that. Okay, so we're just inserting. Alrighty then. This is great. This is great. Yeah, I think that about covers it. So let's see if we can do this. Let me try. Let's say I'm trying to add a user editor. So editor, that's the username, an editor, and then the email will be like editor@email.com, and the password is password. So let's save that user. Okay, and there we go. So we have this editor, and you can see the user role is editor like that. So we could edit this record if we need to and add a different. So let's say, for example, I had added this one as a post editor as well and save, right? So now they have two rows. Now, if I go up to edit and remove this guy and hit save, I still have this problem. So let me go back to edit. So as you can see, I can no longer switch this off. But if we go to our user roles map, we should find that some things have been disabled here, right? So we should respect that part here. Oh wait, it seems both have been disabled, which is not right. So let me click on this one and save. Okay, that user seems to have disabled both these guys, so there's a problem there. So first of all, I can't disable these, and the reason is simple. When trying to figure out which ones exist, we should make sure that disabled is equal to 0. So let's start with that. So in the edit, let me go to edit. Where is that? Users controller, but users view. So here where we are reading which rows were that belong to this user, we should make sure that in the map we check to make sure that where disabled, let's put that at the end. We're going to say and disabled should be equal to 0. So by doing that, we fix this problem here. So none of these should be ticked for now. Oopsie daisy. Oh, okay, actually this is on here. So this user has no rows whatsoever. But if I click here, I see that on the edit, they do have some rows. So let's add this part, the and disabled is equal to 0, elsewhere as well. So this is on the list, but let's go to the edit part. So edit part is here, and where we are selecting from user roles map here, ID is equal to ID, we should add the and disabled is equal to 0 as well. So if I refresh, this time I get nothing, right? So let me try and add this user editor here and save. So that still didn't save what I wanted to save. So there's something wrong going on here. As you can see, these guys are still disabled here. So that's not right. So let's figure this out. What's going on here? So if we go to the user's controller and in the edit, where is that? Here on the edit. Let me just see what's going on. If I think it's this if statement that's causing problems. Probably. If is array post rows, Maybe this is not an array at this point. I don't know. What I'm going to do is do dd, and let's check out what this has, and let's dive. So let's see what's going on. We go step by step, right? Let me edit, and let me accept one of these guys and say, actually, if I don't accept any of these, let me see what I get. Okay, so it doesn't go through that, if which is a problem. If this is not an array, this disabling should still happen regardless. So let me move this outside this if statement. Okay, so let's go up here like so. So we should disable those guys regardless. I actually need to see what it gives, whether it's an array or not. And instead of that, let me use var dump so that I get the data type as well. So let me edit, and without ticking anything, let me say save. So undefined array key rows. Okay. So this is never provided if I don't do that. So this is fine, actually. So let me go back here. Let me select one of these and hit save. So at this point, we have an array that has one item, array 1. I can't see clearly here what's happening, so I'm not used to var dump. So let's use the dd. It's a much more informative version of things. Okay, so I have one item here, a row of value 3. Okay, that's cool. So what's really stopping us from fixing this? Let's see here. For each rows as row ID. Okay. Now, if we check here, we should find that it's not empty. So the update should be here. Rows map where ID. Okay, so this is where the problem is. It shouldn't be the ID that we're updating. We have to update where the, oh yeah, ID is good ID. Yes, the ID should come from the check. Sorry about that, guys. So check ID here is the row we're updating. So I guess that's where the problem comes from. So let me resend this. And there we go. Okay, so now it's working. I can add another row. See that? Let me go and edit and remove this other row. Let's see. And there we go. So things are working as intended. Very, very cool. So now you can see how the relationship is. We assign a row to a user, and that row contains permissions that we can tick and select, like over here. Okay. So hopefully that relationship is clear. So the only part that remains now is how do we use all of this information to give access and the like. And this is where the user can function should come in. It should put all of this information together and create access for the user. Now we still have posts here, and instead of this, we should list the posts that we have. So I'm going to do that, but for now, let's just give access to these guys over here, right? Who should be able to edit rows, who should be able to edit users, and so on. Okay, so we have two users here. One is an editor. This one will edit posts. And then let's add another user. This one is human resource. So human resource will just be hr@email.com. Like, let's just call this one HR. And this one will just, oh, that one is a user editor, right? Okay, let me save this. Let me edit this user. This one is not a user editor. This one is a post editor. like that. Okay, and save. Okay, so this one edits posts, and this one edits users, and this one is the admin post editor. You can give as many as you want, as you know. So let's just see how we can fix that function so that each one of these can only do what they need to do. All right. So let's begin by finishing up the posts part here. And if we look at our table, we just need to know the one who created a post, the post title, and we don't want to add content to that because sometimes content can have HTML and images in there, so it's not good for a table like this. So just title and owner. So let's go ahead. Let me close all these files here because there's just too many files here. Let me go to the posts view file here. There we go. So we get all permissions here. I want to go to the list down here. So let me change all references to user rows to posts because we are looking at the posts table. All right. So let me come down here to also in the links here. Let me change the references to rows. I'm going to change that to posts or the links. Let's go down again here. And yeah, so here we have title. So let's put title here. And then whether it's disabled or not is not a thing, but you could add that if you want. But just the owner, that's what we want. So let me remove this. Actually, maybe I should have left that on. Let me do this. Let me remove this one for permissions. And that should do, actually. So just like here, we put the titles as title, and then owner. What else? So the title, the owner, and the date created. So the other one will be the date after owner. So there we go. So this one will be date, and let's use our function get date like that. Okay, that should do it. So let me refresh. We should see. All right, so title, owner, and date. Or we can add a new post. So let me click on add new, add record. So here we need the post title, and it's pretty much title and content. That's all. So let me go to the top here, and in the add, let's say post title. Let me remove that. The name is title. What else do we need? I don't need this part here. This one should go all the way as 12 there. Same here. Let's add 12 here. And I'm just going to copy this. Actually, no. Let me just add an input here. In fact, the input will be a text area. Okay. This will have the name of content. Let's give it a class of form control. And that should do. How many rows do we want? Rows is equal to, let's say, 6 rows. And that should do, actually. So back here, let me refresh and see what we got. So post title and post content here. Let's put a placeholder. Post content here. Yep, there we go. So let me refresh. And there we go, post content here. Okay, let's put a margin at the bottom here. Actually, I'm going to do it here. Margin bottom 3. That way we have some space here. Okay. Right. So the post title and post content. Okay. So now when a user posts this, what do they see? Now, just likewise, I'm going to copy this to the edit part so that we don't have problems. I didn't check the delete of users. That's one thing I forgot. So we're going to do that. Let me paste here and move these appropriately. And, let me add value here. So value is going to be row title. Okay. The same thing will be for the content if I put it here. Content like that. Okay, that solves that problem. So let's refresh. So add record. Now, when I add a record here, so this is my post. So I'm going to say my post. And let's open lorem ipsum here so we can copy some text. That way we don't have to suffer typing stuff. Let me paste there. So that's my post content. Now, if I hit save, it will go to the controller side of things. And let's see what we got here. So here, we need to change a few things. Row becomes title, and disabled becomes content. And it's as simple as that. So into posts, blah, blah, blah. Now, we need a user ID here, right? This is something we don't have yet. So we're going to do that once we add the login part of things. So there is nothing here. I'm just going to set it to a value of 1 for now as a hard-coded value. So I'm going to say user ID. And let me put a full colon here. All right. So there we go. User ID. So the same thing will apply here on the edit. Let's do title. Let's do content. Now, when editing here, the ID is fine. We're not going to change the user ID because the owner of the post doesn't change just because you've edited it. So we're going to leave that one out. So title, content, where ID is equal to ID. That works fine. And then here from posts where that works fine as well. Okay, so that does it for our posts here. If I do say save here, I should get a saved post. Let's see that. Now it went to rows, which means the redirects are not good. So warning, date is not a thing. So let's go back. First of all, let me change this rows reference to posts so that it redirects to the right place. And then in the posts here, if I go down to the list, where is this? There's no date, but there's date created like that. Okay. And that should solve our problem. Okay, so get date type error. Argument 1 must be of type string. A no was given. Oh, okay. The reason there's a no is because we didn't add the date here when creating this post. So we forgot that. So let me just add that there. Let's say date created. Let me not forget the full colon over here. Okay, so date created, we had that with users. So I can just copy from here and put it there. Okay, so just add it there and voila. Okay, so the date doesn't change there either. So we can go now to our browser for our database and click in here, double click to edit, and then I can add today's date. I don't even know what today is. And once I add it there, I click away, it saves, right? So now we don't get that error anymore. And there we go. But the owner, you say. Okay, let me click edit first of all. Let's see. And there we go. So we can edit. So here I can say edit it, right? And hit save. If I click edit again, you see the edited was saved. So that's cool. But what about the owner, you say? Let me go to delete. Delete is a problem because we don't have that. So let me go back to posts, delete, view, and here instead of row, this one is title, and row title should be enough. Disabled is not a thing, so let's put that at 12 to go the full length. Now you could put the content here instead, so let me do that instead. Duplicate, and margin bottom should be there, margin bottom 3, and content. That way you are sure what you're deleting. Okay, so if I now refresh this, it should show a proper my post, the content. This is the content. Are you sure you want to delete this? Blah blah blah. So you can test this out. I'm not going to test that. I don't want to delete that post. How about owner, you say? How do we show the owner? Well, we just have to convert that. In fact, it's pretty easy. Let's go down here to where we are selecting from posts, right? We can add an extra column here by joining. We can do a join, but instead of that, I'm just going to add a query within the columns there and save that column as username, like that. Okay, that way we'll have a column username, and so inside owner here after title, I can simply just do this and put the word owner. No, actually it's username, like that, because it will be available this time. I can put something here like that, right? This is very valid. Let me use double quotes on the outside because this is causing problems, like that. So I can say something as username. Then it means now the username will be something. If I refresh here, you will see it says something. However, I don't want a hard-coded value. I want to select from the database. So I'm just going to say select username from users, where the ID is equal to this posts table dot user ID, like that. So it's grabbing whatever the user ID of a particular row is, and then running this query to just grab the username. So this should work just fine. So let me refresh, and you're gonna see this is probably, oh, wait a second. It's because of the quotes in here. So let me remove those quotes. Sorry, that makes it a string. But if I remove those, that makes it a query. So let me refresh, and there we go. So that's the owner right there. All right, so I'm going to create a very small navigation menu here just to make things a little bit easier. So I'm going to say new file in the public folder, and this one will have a div. Let me save this. This is going to be the header.php. So we're going to have a div over here, and some links in here. So the home page will be index.php, and this one will be home. And I'm just going to put a dot here and duplicate this a few times. So home, and then admin section, and then the login page. That. Okay, so I'm going to delete that. And so this one will be login.php, of course, and this one will be admin.php. So in here, I want to add some classes. First of all, let me add a little bit of padding. Let me add some background color, which is light. Or instead, let me just give it a shadow and round it. And a little bit of a margin as well. And then what else do I do? Let me justify content to the center, like that. Okay, so with this, I can now include this link inside the admin page, for example. So right after, now I don't want to put any HTML before after this, so I'm gonna put it here. And this is the main item here. Maybe after hi user, right about here. So with this, I'm going to say require, and this one will be header.php, like that. And, let me close that. All right, so let's see how that works. I refresh, and there we go. So that's our header. It hasn't justified the content to the center. So instead, maybe let's just say text center. That would be much better because this is inline stuff. So it should just go to the center when I say text center. All right, so this will give us access to the home page, admin. So admin will bring us back here, I presume. Okay, and then homepage. This is our homepage. Now, since the homepage doesn't really have any HTML, let me add that a little bit. So I'm going to copy this and go to the index page. I'm going to close the tags over here. And then let me put some HTML, just say home, like that. And then I will paste this. Let me close that div, like that. Okay. So there we go. It's not admin area. This should be the home page. Something like that. All right, so let me refresh and let's see what we got. Okay, not really what I wanted. Where is the, what's happening with the, what's going on here? Where is that? Okay, this one here. All right, so I need to link the, no, where is admin? I need to link the bootstrap file. So let me copy that. Ideally, I would put this inside the header, but I'm just going to put it here. And let's refresh. And there we go. All right, so homepage over here. And this is where we'll have our posts. And if I click on admin, that takes us to the admin area. Now, if I click on login, this should take me to the login page, but it's not there. So let's actually create that page. So new file, and let me save that and say login.php, and let me paste that. Let me just do HTML and say login page. And let me copy what's on the index page here. Really, that's really what I need. Let me copy that. And let me just say login. Right, so about here, let me add a form for the login, right? Let me make sure the method is post. And in here, I just want to add, now you can go to Bootstrap and add some fancy stuff here. Let me look for input group. Usually has cool stuff here. Even floating labels is quite good as well. Let me try that. Where you have this kind of thing, email and password. So I can just copy that and paste it here, like so. Okay. So this will be email, and this will be password. So placeholder, that's fine. And email, password, that's okay. And let's put maybe h4 ACN login to continue. Okay. Class here, let's just do text center like that. and some margin around this. Should be good. Also here I want to put a submit button. So this will be a button and say login, and let me add a class of button and button large. I want this to look quite big, and then button primary as well. Okay, so that's the login there. These guys need names as well, so I'm going to say name. This is going to be email, and the name for this will be password. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to get any data from these if they don't have names. All right, so that should do it. Let me come back here and refresh. Okay, so there we go. So log in to continue, and there it is. So email and password. Okay, so let me also add margin bottom to 3, and let's see here. Let me add some classes. I'm gonna add some margins, and then column MD6 to put it in the to make it smaller, and then MX auto for the center. Let's add a shadow as well, like that, and then let's add a bit of padding as well. All right, so let me now refresh. Let's see how well that works out, and there we go. So that's our login page right there. So we hit login, and it should take us to where we want. So let's do the controlling here. Now, if something was posted, we should deal with it here. So instead of repeating myself, I'm going to just copy some stuff. So I'm going to copy this from here. Okay. So once we are done, we can redirect to the home page. It's actually index.php, or maybe you want to go to the admin.php page once you log in, right? And then here, in order to log in, we just first need to create our database class, and then let's read from there. So we're going to say row is equal to db. We just want to get one item from there. So we want to select all from users where the email is equal to this particular email, and limit 1. So what email are we looking at? So that's an array. We add the email from the post variable. There it's going to be. Okay. So if, for example, if row becomes equal to something useful, and then we can do what we want. Now, redirect will only work in here. If it doesn't redirect, then here we can just echo something or save an error. Just say error is equal to wrong email or password, something similar like that. And once we have our row, now we need to confirm the password. So we say if we use the password verify. So there's the hash and there's the password. So the current password is in the post variable, and then the hash is the password that was hashed, which is on the database. So it will return true or false if the password is correct or not, the encrypted version. And if it does that, if it doesn't, then we can copy this error thingy here as well. But this redirect should move in there again. Okay, so at this point, if things go well, then it means we have successfully logged in. So let's create a session, a new session. And then inside session here, I just want to add a variable. So we're going to set a variable. We'll set it inside user like that. And what I will save is the entire row of this user here. Okay, so it's like that. So inside user, boom, that's great. Now there should be a logout page as well. So I'm just gonna duplicate this as well. You can put if statements to only show it certain times, but logout will be just like that, logout. Now here in public, I'll say new file, and this will be the logout page, and this one will be the simplest to make. Session is equal to new session, and here we'll just do session delete. What are we deleting? The user part there, and then we redirect to the login page. Simple as that. Let me save this, and this is logout.php. Right, so that's how we log out. Easy peasy. Okay. So once we log in now, we also need to check if the user is logged in, right? Or has access to specific places. Now inside helpers here, the user can will always return false. So this is good for now. Then we can set what happens when a user doesn't have access, because we should set that first. So if I refresh right now, where it says hi user, I want to know if the user what to do here. I want to be able to get values from the user role, so I can do that. Let's go to the header. I think it's better I put that inside the header. So where there's admin area here, there's this part that says hi. Now since it's just next to the header here, I think it would be a good idea to put it there in the header page here. That way we can just deal with it here. And on the index page, it's also there, so I'm going to remove it from there. But with header, we are good there. So here, I wanted to show some values. So I'm going to put some PHP tags here and do the session is equal to new session, and then say username is going to be equal to, right, sesh get, and then we are getting user like that. Okay, now sometimes this will not be. Let me go to helpers first of all, and no, actually session class. If when getting we can't find what we're looking for, we return a null. I think that's helpful. So here what we're going to do is say user, and inside user there's going to be a username, right? But if this does not exist, this is just going to say user like that. And then I'm going to get this username and put it here. I'm going to do this. Would be a good idea to escape this like that, HTML entities, in case somebody writes a username that could be terrible. Okay, so on the login page we have that, but it's repeated, so let's remove that part, which is this one here. Okay, so hi user, and maybe we can call it guest instead of user, right? That's easier to remember. Okay. Now, if there's an error for some reason on the login page, we have this error here. We can just check if it's empty or not. But we need to set it to an empty string here to begin with. And so I'm going to come here and right about here, I'm going to add a div that is with a class of an alert and alert danger like that. And then over here, I will echo out the error. But I only want this to show if the error is not empty. So let me say if not empty, the error. Let me show this then. So And voila, there we go. Okay, cool. I also need to center this text. Okay. So let's give it a try. Let me refresh. And let's say something that isn't here. Let me just type some randomness. Let's see what happens. Undefined variable row on line 6. Okay, let's check that out. Line 6. Okay, yeah, that wasn't good. So let's try again. Resend this data. Okay, so wrong email or password. Okay. Meanwhile, let's try the legitimate stuff. Okay, and there we go. So it's showing me that I have logged in, which is great. If I log out this time, session not found, class session not found. Really? Why? It's because we didn't require this part. So let's go to that logout page. Where are we? Yeah, I needed to do this first. So a quick reminder. All right, so let's refresh. And there we go. Now I'm a guest again. So let's try this again. Email, password, and let's log in. Okay, so there we go. Things are looking up. Let's see here. Admin, what remains on the home page? There we go. On the login page, on the admin page, home page. Okay, so things are good. Let's look at users. There we go. Something I wanted to do, but I can't remember. Yeah, the delete for the user, I think, isn't working well. So let's fix that real quick. So users view, let's go to delete. So on delete here, are you sure you want to delete this record? This one will be username. And that's name here. There's no disabled or enabled. Instead, I could just duplicate this and add an email instead. So this will be email so that you are very sure which user you are talking about. And that should sort the problem out. Okay, so refresh, name, email, and then you can delete if you want to do that. All right, so pretty cool. Everything is great. Now let's fix the access control. Finally, we get there. So to start with, let's use the user can function because that's really the function that's at the heart of all of this, right? If the user can do something, let's check that out. And then we're going to add it to all of these functions here. So currently it returns false. That way we can know whether things are good or not. So here we are on the admin page. We want to restrict access if the user doesn't have that. So let's go to admin.php and write about, where is this? Now it depends what you want to do, how you want to do things. Do you want to just redirect the user or do you want to show the user some information? So if you do want to show the user some information, you can just put an if statement right about maybe here starting. You need the header to still be showing, maybe you don't need these to be showing, so it's up to you. So let's try and start it from here. So I'm just gonna do and say if user can. So what's the access here? If we go to permissions, this is where you can start comparing now, and this is the permission you're looking for. View admin section. All right, so let's put that permission here. Okay, if the user can do that, then they are free to do all of this. Now we should put an end if statement here. Go over here, let's see. Let's tab in like that. Okay, so about here, let me do end if, but actually I'm going to do an else. That way we show the user that they are ineligible to see this. So class here, alert and alert danger, and then we say text center, access denied. Access denied, as simple as that. Let's just do that. So you can write whatever text you want. So currently, because the function returns false, we will all have access denied when we try to go to the admin area. See, home page is fine. Admin, we get access denied. That's pretty much the only page we need access denied there if the user can't do that. Okay, so now let's see how we can give the user access. So if I go to help us here with the user can function, I want to check if the user is actually logged in to start with. Okay, so I can check by saying if not empty, right? Actually, if empty session get, we want to get that value user like that. So if this is empty, right, just return false, because obviously you have no access to anything because you're not logged in. Okay, great. So if we bypass that point, actually let me just say user row like that. Okay, let's say user row is equal to that. Okay, so there we go. If we are not logged in, we have no access, but if we are logged in, we may have access or not. So let's figure that out. Now I want to read from the database to know what access I have. So user can, we're trying to check for a very specific permission. So I want to see if I have that permission. So if I go back to my database here, if we look at user row permission, the thing we have to do is, in order to find out what permissions I have to find out first what rows I have, then grab the permissions. So in that situation, I will start by collecting the list of permissions here, but I need to know what IDs of rows I am dealing with. So let me start by collecting the rows that a user has. So we do that inside the user's row map, user rows map here. So I know my user ID, so I just have to grab the row IDs from there. So let's try that. Now I will need the database for this. So I'm going to do db is equal to new database like that. Okay. So since we have that database connection now, we can run a query. So let me try that. I'm going to do SQL is equal to db query. Okay. So query, and let's supply that SQL text like that. Okay, so actually, this is not what I wanted to do. I should write the query first. Let me use double quotes here. So here I'm going to say select. Now what I really want are the permissions, right? Permission, right? From, actually, let's start with this one. Let's select the row IDs first of all. Then we can join the two. We go step by step. So select row ID from user rows map, okay, where the user ID of that particular thing is equal to user ID here, like that. Okay, so given that in mind, it means here we're gonna need to supply that user ID, and that user ID will be in the current users row, which we have over there conveniently. which is the ID like that. But let me give that a name, user ID, and that's that. So let's put our comma over here. Okay, so I think pretty much the user ID is the only item we're gonna need here, the only variable. So once I get the row IDs, right? So I know what rows I have. Now I can go to the other table, and because I have row IDs now, I can read from this table. So here what I would do is I'll use my row IDs, whatever the IDs are, and get the required permissions. So permission is what I need now. So the result of this will be used for another query. So let's put that in brackets. And then let's create our query here. So we're going to say select permission from, what table is this again? Rows permissions map. Some table names can get really long. I created a project at some point for one ministry in our government that requires businesses to, they inspect businesses once in a while. And the tables were really long. So even the table names were extremely long. Like this entire page would just be a table name, which was ridiculous. But just to illustrate that table names can become ridiculously long, and even table columns can become too many at some point. So don't think you're doing something wrong when you end up doing things like that. Okay, anyway, set up select permissions from row permissions map. I'm getting lost here. We want to get row IDs from here. Okay, so great. So we'll say where we want to get permissions from there, where the row ID in that result. So let's see that row ID here. Yes, that's correct. But don't forget to make sure that disabled is equal to 0 as well. So that's important. So let's say, oops, what have I done? We'll say where disabled is equal to 0 and row ID in. Now, keep in mind also that where the user rows map can have a disabled row there, right? So here as well, where disabled is equal to 0 and, so it's important to add that there as well. Okay, that way we don't get rows that we disabled for them. Okay, so once we run this, this is going to be we're just trying to check. So let's put that as check. If that works, then we should have a list of permissions. So here I'm just going to try and show what the result of this is. So let's try that. So I'm going to go here to admin and refresh. So I'll still see this access denied, but this time around I will see wait. All right. So this thing actually gives me back a statement, but I don't want a statement. I want to get all the results, right? So let's use the get all function instead. So there we have our permission. So as you can see, one permission is that, one permission is this, and etc., etc. But I want all these permissions in one array. So what I would do, I'm going to put an if statement. I'm going to say if check was correct, for example. If something great happened there, let's say permissions now with an S, right, unlike the one on top there, is equal to array, or let's just call it my permissions just to differentiate, array column, and the array we're looking at is check, and the column name is permission. Okay, so we just want their permissions themselves. So here my permissions should be equal to an empty thingy here to start with. Okay, so then down here I can do dd my permissions, let's see what permissions we have. So it's these, but listed as one array. Let's see. There we go. So since I'm an admin, I have access to all of these, which is pretty great, right? So all we have to do now is to just check if this supplied permission actually exists in this one. Okay. So here, since we are returning true or false, we can just say return and say in array. Okay. So this return here is irrelevant now, because in array will return true or false. So we can just use that as a return value. So the needle is what we are looking for, which is just a single permission right from the top here, the one they are asking for. And then the haystack is the array we are looking in. So if this thing is in array, then true, we return true. If not, we return false. So as of now, I do have access, then it's gonna return true. And as you can see, I can view this area here, which is nice. But we should log in as somebody else, because admin has access to everything, which is not fun at all. So let's look for somebody with limited access, like, for example, the HR guy. And let me go back to my database and look at users. So I want to be like the post editor here. So it's editor@email.com. So let's go to the login page. So this one will be editor and password. Now the editor does have, this one is a post editor. So they should have access to posts, but they shouldn't be able to change user roles, right? Can they add or edit user roles? Can they view user roles? That's number one. So let's go down to the nitty-gritty first before we close down the whole page. I want to close down this page in sequence so that I see, in case they have access to one, they shouldn't have access to the other. So let's start by limiting their access to adding rows here. Now, I could just hide this button, right? But remember that this button is a link, right? So if I just hide this button, if the user knows the link to that page, they can simply just type that into the URL. And that's not very good security. So what you have to do is go to the page first and then close things down from there, and then go back and hide the link. So we're on this page, and that's rows, add record. So I want to hide this add record, including the save button here. But I should be able to give them the back button so that they can go back if they need to. But that's optional. You can do that as you please. Let me go to rows. So here when we say if add mode here, now you can choose to show them this page or completely just not show it, right? That's up to you. To not show it completely, you can just put the user can within this if statement, and then it will just be ignored completely. It will take them back to the, actually we can just do that, let's say if mod is equal to add and the user can add post, right? That's the thing rare. So these are rows, not posts. So add row. Can a user add row? No. So if I do that, then it doesn't take me to the add, even though I click add new. It just ignores that. Let's do the same for the edit. If I want to edit, here it will take me to the edit page. But let's just make sure they have access to that. So let's just put it over here. And let's just say edit row. Can a user do that? Can this user do that? No. So it doesn't even take you there, even though you click on that. How about delete, right? Can I delete these things? So let's go to here. Delete row. Can I delete? Apparently not. So now let's see if I can give access to the edit of rows. So right now I'm the post editor. So let's just try and say I can view, let's say I can add a row, for example. So I'll just select that and save. Save permissions, right? Okay, cool. Oopsie daisy. What has happened? That's crazy. Something is missing here. Oh no. What has happened? That's insane. I save the permission. The row is gone. What just happened? Okay, let's go back to our database. Right? User rows. Yeah, that row is deleted. How? That's insane. What just happened? Okay, let me insert that row again. I know the ID was 3 and the row was wait, what rows do we have now? That was the row user editor, right? So let me insert with ID number 3. Let me save that. So let's go back here. So there we go, user editor. Okay, so when I saved permissions, it got deleted. What happened there? You know, bugs that happen once in a while are very difficult to fix. I think the issue was that, oh, I think I know what happened. You see, I had clicked on delete, but then because it brought me back to the delete page, the mode was on delete. So when I submitted, it actually deleted ID number 3. That kind of makes sense, right? Yeah. So you have to be careful how you. Okay, but that won't happen because we're going to hide these buttons, right? If a person doesn't have access, we're going to hide these buttons. So since we've hidden the pages, also here on the user can, right, we have to do the same on the controller side. So here where it says add, you do the same thing in the controller side, edit and edit. That way it's the same everywhere. So let me save that. And now if I do submit, it won't delete this because I don't have access. All right, great. So that sorts that out. Also, let me hide these buttons because we don't actually have access to those. So I'm going to go to rows here, and on the list side here, right about here, I should add some PHP tags. Let's say if user can, right? That's what I'm looking for right there. So put that here. Like that. Let me move these guys over. Copy this. And put that here. Copy that. Put it here. Just make sure you are looking at the right. What's this? You put in the right permission there, and then there's the add button. Where is this? This is the add button here. So this comes here actually. And let me copy that and put it here. This is add. So as you can see, I started by hiding the actual pages, then the links themselves. So if I click here, so I can't do that, but I'm the post editor, right? Now, let's say, for example, I want to allow editing of rows. For me, I can say edit row and or add row, and then save those permissions. Now, as you can see, I have the ability to do that, to add and to edit, but not to delete. So if I click edit, it allows me to do that. If I click add, it allows me to do that. So now I can remove these from the post editor and save the permissions. Okay, great. That's good. I can't add rows, I can't edit rows. Now, since I can't edit rows either, I should add this permission, if user can, to the controller again. Let's go to the controller. There's this part where there's an else, and I have posted this. Now, this one is for saving permissions. Now, so I have to add this here as well. In order to save permissions, that's one row you should add. Change permissions, that's what we're going to call it. Or edit permissions, right? Can I edit permissions? Am I allowed to do that? So that's one we can add now to the permissions list right here. Okay, edit permissions. So now it's going to be part of this list here. Okay. Line 63. Oh, I'm putting an if statement here. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, something like that. Let's see. Okay, so there, edit permissions. Now, since I don't have this access, I can't actually add new permissions. I can give myself this thing here because I actually can't. I don't have the ability to do that. So also, I can then hide this link. So as you can see, this is how you do things, right? Let me go to rows. If I copy that, this button right here, I can put an if statement there as well. Close that if statement, like so. There we go. Now this one from permissions should be this one, edit permissions. Okay, so if I have the ability to edit permissions, then I should be able to see this button. So that's the rule of thumb. Just first of all, hide the actual page. Let me just click here. Hide the actual page, then hide the links, right? So this is all good. Here, I don't have access to edit or delete anything here. Even if I wanted to, yeah, I can add this. I won't be able to click to save. But am I allowed to view the rows page entirely? So that's another thing we can deal with. So I'm going to put an if statement here. Actually, let me go to the admin page here because we already had that. This part here, access denied. Let me copy that. And let me go to the tab for rows. This is the thing itself here. Am I allowed to view? And the view is down here where there's the else here. Okay, so before I do any of this rows list, I can just say put an if statement here, put an end if down here, maybe inside the form like that. Okay, then everything else will be inside. Wait a minute, form is outside. Okay, so at this point I can just put that if statement, if user can, and what's the permission here again? This one is view rows, like that. Can I view rows? Is that a real permission? Yes, view rows. There we go. So if I now refresh, I won't be able to see this page anymore. It just says access denied. Okay, I can't do any of this. That's great. So pause. Now, if you want, you can actually hide the entire thing here. So let me go back to view rows, right? And I can go to the admin page, the main admin page here, which has these tabs. So as you can see, this is the tab for rows, and I can just hide this whole thing here because I know even if you bypass this, there's a whole lot more security under that, so I can easily hide. So the mistake you can make is hiding the link without securing the page itself. Then a user can simply just bypass your silly security there. So if I now do this, this whole tab will disappear, right? Even if you try and take us to that tab and say rows by typing in the link there, it'll just say access denied like that, which is great. So this is how you limit stuff one by one. So let me see if I can do the same for users and posts, right? So it's work. You can do that by yourself just to see how that works. But let's try it with posts before we give it up, right? So I'm gonna go to posts. This is let me copy that. So hopefully that made sense. We do it one more time just so we see how that works. Now, if I log in as admin, I'll see all the tabs and all that. So now, since I have access to posts, I can add this without any consequences, right? Let me go back to the admin part here. Posts is here. Let me do this. Let me duplicate that. Let me move this guy inward and view posts is the thing I want to see here. So view posts. Am I allowed to do that? So currently I am. So I'm gonna view. Oh, wait a second. I'm supposed to be able to because I'm the post editor, right? Why can't I view that? Let me see what permissions I have. Let's go to user can help us, right? Up to this point here, I just want to do ed permissions, right? I just want to see what permissions do I have. My permissions. Yeah, so every time it checks, this is what I get, right? It does a check. Now you can optimize this thing because as you can see, it's checking a few times here and having to read from the database. What you can do is you can add this data into the session, and then if that data exists, you only read it once, right? If it exists, you don't read from the database, you just copy what you had used to optimize, but that's a tutorial for another day. Here, this is what I have. Add post, edit post, that's correct. View admin section, yeah. So I should be able to view posts, right? But apparently I didn't select that one. So it's not part of it. So I don't know why it isn't. So what I can do is open this another tab in a open a new tab in a different wait, shouldn't I be able to do this? What is going on? A personal tab. So this tab has different cookies than this one. So which means I can actually load two users here at the same time. So since admin.php access denied, okay, because I don't actually have access. Let me log in with the admin credentials. So email at email.com and then password. So this is a different user from this tab. Here it's this one, here it's that one. Refresh and you see that I'm still post editor here. So since this one has access to user roles, let me go here on the post editor to make sure that they can view posts, right? This one is a post editor. They can't add or edit rows. They should just be able to deal with posts and the view admin section, right? Edit permissions, no. So unfortunately, I can't see this guy here because for some reason, as an admin, I can't edit permissions. So let me just add that row there manually in the database, right? Because I hadn't added it. Now, this is another thing. You can just have the admin bypass all of this by putting an if statement in the user can situation where you say, if the user has a row ID of 1 as part of this, then they should have access to everything. You don't even have to check what permissions they have. That way you can give overall access to the admin without explicitly having to tick that. So let's go to permissions here. And I just need to add one with ID 1 and add a permission that like edit permissions, right? So I'm just going to insert here, and I want the row ID to be 1 and the permission to be edit permissions, like that. Go. So once I do that, once that's saved, maximize this. It means I can go back to my let me go back here. This is the admin one, so it should tick this one here at the very end. Refresh, and there we go. So I can edit permissions, and that's why now that button is on. Okay, so I want to remove the ability to edit rows but add to view posts for this user. Let me save those permissions. It didn't delete those permissions. Why? Add row, edit row, save permission. Okay, so that's a bug. It doesn't remove these guys. Let me just check here if some of these are disabled. Yes, they are. You see? But I think we are not taking that into account when loading this page. So let me just make sure of that. So we're going to go to rows on the list side of things. So down here. So there's this part where we get all permissions and we get selected permissions. So this part where we get selected permissions, where row ID is equal to row ID and disabled is equal to 0. That's important. So refresh. Okay, so they don't have that ability now. That's great. And also for the user can, I think we did that already. We added the disabled is equal to 0 and stuff. Okay, good. So this user now should be able to see posts. Yeah, and there we go. So they can see posts because they're post editor. So the same thing, we can add restrictions to every single button and the actual page in that manner. Okay, so that's how really it's done. Of course, the remainder of this is just adding those things to here. For example, if I click add here, I just need to add those permissions. So it's as simple as that at this point. So if I go, for example, to post.php, here I just need to say and user can, and then add the permission that I want, right? These are posts, so add post. It's singular here, so let me copy this. So I'm doing this on the view side, and I should do this on the controller side as well, just to make sure if they try to bypass our system, it won't work. So delete. What else is there? The rest here is a view, right? If they can view this part here, that's what should be important. I can put that here, say PHP if view posts, right? Like so, and put an end if and that alert down here. So just after table here, let me see where that alert is. I have done that for rows. It's right here. Copy that. Let me paste here. Else access denied. So we won't see that here now because I have access to see all of this. Okay. and then just make sure that this part is done also on the controller side. Post controllers, right here, edit. Okay, add as well, and delete, same thing. All right, so that's how you do it, right? Then now you can go ahead and hide the actual links, just like we were doing. Okay, so that's how it works, and hopefully you have learned something. If you have any questions, please ask in the comments, and of course the code to everything here, there's a link in the description to the GitHub account. That way you can see where you went wrong in case, and then you can finish it up by adding to the links and all that, just to see how far your skills have gone. But otherwise, you can see the difference is that when you're a post editor here, this is the admin, you can see very different things here. Admin can see all of this, while this one is limited. They don't even have access to view users, for example, right? So that would mean, let me go to the, just one last thing to do here. Let me grab that part, navigation, paste, let me duplicate this one, put it here. And this one is view users. You have to be careful how you set these permissions, because you may completely hide access from everyone if you misspell one of these permissions, because no one will have that permission, right? This is why maybe it's a good idea for the admin to just bypass the whole process altogether. That way, even though you misspell one thing, at least the admin will have access to that. But if you're admin, you have access to the database, so you can just add that permission there. There we go. So the post editor only has access to posts, right? And the user editor should only have access to users. So let's add another tab here, work, maybe that's what we're going to call it, for the user. For another user, right? Let's log in. This one is hr@email.com, and then password. So this one is for hiring users and stuff. Oops. What's going on? Okay, so let's check that out. What's going on here? Inside users table is hr@email.com. So why is the password failing? I can just copy the password from here, because I know it's supposed to be like password. Maybe I mistyped that. So it's back to HR password. Let's see if that works. Okay, so that works. So this one can only see users, right? Because this is the users list, right? Rows. So that's how it is. Alrighty, guys. So I'll see you guys in the next video.